to add in the logic for showcasing only the filtered item, and also just thinking the edge case also. If there's no data and there's no filter data, we need to have a components for that. So first let's handle those components, and then I will add in this actual data to show the data based upon the filters. No data.tsx, and this one I'm just going to have simple div component with text that there's no data. So in here let me just add in this div. So make this one a column, gap of 4, just normal styling, width full, margin top 16, and some margin top 10, items center. And now inside this let's add in the text color of this as primary, and I'm going to add in the activity icon from this Lucid React, and size let's say very big, so I'm just adding in 66. And after this the p tag, let's make this font semi-bold, text large, and if it's a smaller screen onwards, let's have 2 times extra large. Maximum width, let's say 3 times extra large. Text, let's center this, and the text I'm going to say is no data to display related to current workspace, something like this. I'm just adding in here for now the placeholder. So this is no data component, and like this let's create the component for no filtered data. So here this no filtered data.tsx, and this one, so basically we'll have this data, but what are the filters that he has applied, but we don't have data for that. So this is for this no filtered or data, and this one let's wrap inside this div, width full, margin some top, and for smaller screen onwards let's have more margin, gap of 4, flex column, justify, center, and items let's center. And here let's add in this frown icon, size let's say 100, and after this inside this header let's say no tasks, and mind maps to be shown for the chosen filter, something like this. Okay, so this is the data, and now the font type, let's make semi-bold, text to be larger, and the text let's make extra large from small screen onwards, and the align of this center. So now we have this no filtered data, no data component. So this exactly needs to be used inside our container component, and for this now we need to handle this actual filters. So let's create a separate function for this, and let's name this as apply filters. And in this, so it's just the logic that I'm going to handle. So here we are going to return the type of this recent activity, and the input that I'm going to take for this function is this data, and alongside the selected tags, the filters that we are providing, which is of type tag array, and also the selected users. Okay, these are also the thing that we are providing. Okay, in this tag let's import this tag from this Prisma client, and now here let's try to apply these filters, whatever the param that we have. let's get this activity, and let's try to filter this tags first. So let's name this as tags match. The selected tags, get this every tag, and inside this activity dot tags dot sum activity tag, and here if this activity tag dot id is matching to this tag dot id, so we are going to get this match tags data into this variable, and after this same way let's try to get this users match. So again this, instead of now selected tags, we use this selected users, get this user object, and the activity dot assigned to sum, get this assigned user id matching. So this assigned user dot id matching it to user dot id. So this is going to give us the users matched based upon the ids. And finally I'm just going to return here this tags match and the users match. Okay, so now we have this one, and let's try to return this as well. The type as recent activity array, and whatever this div we have, I'm going to change completely depending upon the error. We are going to show the client error component, else if it's loading state, and also the recent activities if we have that, whatever we have here, this recent activity item, else no filter data, and if you don't have a data itself, so then no data component which we just created. And also to dynamically update based upon recent activity filter assigned users and tags, I need to update the recent activity list. So that one, let's try to handle that logic inside this use effect. And in here first let's check if this recent activity, if we don't have anything, so I'm just going to return here, not going to perform any logic. And like I said, the logic whatever we are going to write inside this will depend upon the values of this recent activity. And the filter assigned users, so for this to have the filtered assigned users, those things, okay, so here this one, and also this filter tags, and the filter assigned users, and these things I need to add in because we don't have as of now this values whatever I just added. So those values, let me get this one, so this let me just create this one, the filter tags and all the list eventually. So I'm just going to add in here for this recent activity container, and then I'm going to so let's do one thing, get in this the things that I need. So just before this, const use of filter by this workspace, and here let me get this assigned users and filter tags, and this one let me pass in here this assigned users in this tags. So depending upon this variables changes, we are going to handle this logic of filtering, and also let's create one state variable to capture the filtered recent activity. So let me just create filtered recent activity, and here set filtered recent activity. By default, let's set this as the empty array value, but this is going to be of type our workspace recent activity array. So I can just mention here this workspace recent activity array, and now inside this use effect, so what is it exactly we are going to handle? The logic is, first let's create the variables for filtered activity, filtered user IDs and tag IDs. So filtered activity, so this is going to be workspace recent activity array. Initially let's set this as the empty array, and this one filter user IDs, I'm going to get this using the assigned users, and let's only get this IDs. So I'm just maintaining this one, and same way let's get the filter tag IDs, filter tags, and let's just collect the IDs of the tag dot ID. So once we have this, now this recent activity, let's iterate through this and through this each activity, and inside this each activity, so first let's check if we have this matching users. So if the filtered user IDs dot length is equals to 0, or let's check if this filtered user IDs dot length is greater than 0, then I'm going to check this conditions, whatever we have, they assigned it to sum. So let me just take this thing, and inside this let's check for activity dot assigned it to sum, and here let's change this one to assigned to item, and now inside this thing, the filtered user IDs, if this includes assigned to item dot user ID. Okay, so this is going to give us the matching users, and now the matching tags, same thing. So let's check filter tag ID's length, if it's equal to 0, and the filter tag ID's length it's greater than 0, and let's check the activity dot tags dot sum, get this tag object, and here I'm going to use this filter tag IDs, and check if this includes this ID, tag dot ID. Okay, so this is going to give us the answer whether this has matching IDs. So if it has matching tags and the matching users, then the filtered activity, I'm going to push this activity object into this list which we are maintaining. And finally, after this one, let's set into our local state variable whatever we have in this filtered activity thing. Okay, so that is the thing. And now the activity items, let's try to use this use memo, and this one, whatever the logic I'm going to perform here, it's going to depend upon this filtered assigned users, filter tags recent activity, and filtered recent activity. So now inside this one, all I'm going to do is the filtered assigned users, just check this condition, if this is not equals to 0, or this filter tags length it's not equals to 0, then we are going to return here filtered recent activity, or this whatever the recent activity that we have. Okay, so this activity items, it's going to have the values that we wanted to show based on the filters. And now let's try to handle here. If this error, we will show this client error component, and let's say on this one error fetching workspace recent activities or something like that. Okay, so this is the message that we'll be showcasing. Else let's try to return this div same whatever we have below, gap of 2, and inside this, if it's loading, then I'm going to render this div with the full flex items center justify. Let's center this one, margin top 20, and if it's a smaller screen onwards, let's have more margin top. And inside this, a simple loading state component is what we are going to have. And here for now, let's just add in the empty fragment, and inside this the loading state component, and styling for this, width and height, I'm going to set this to 10, and height, let's set this one to 11 from smaller screen onwards. Width as well, let's set this one to 11. Okay, so this is the loading state. And now after this here, in this condition, if we have this recent activity, and recent activity length is greater than 0, then here let me inside this one again, I'm going to check for the activity items, and this activity items is not null, and we have the values inside this. And now in here, let's try to whatever we were doing here, let's try to iterate through this and get this activity, and inside this, let's now display this activity item, pass in here this activity ID for this, and activity object that it needs. Okay, so this is the condition, and else here then this no filtered data component, and after this one, and here no data component which we created. Okay, so now the error should be removed. So now let's remove this one, and this is our new logic to apply. I mean, this one can be added. So for now, so this is the logic for us to showcase the filtered results. Okay, and also in this recent activity item, so this tags that I have, let me try to show first the users, and after this the tags. Okay, just the order change. Okay, so and also in this home page round, let's try to get the minimum results so that the data bandwidth, it's not going to be huge. So wherever we have this one, the take, let's say 10 values is what I'm going to get. And here as well, let's add in this just a small change to get minimum data. Okay, and yep, and also let's try to clean this one. So inside this, the workspace ID, I'm not using it anywhere, so I can just remove this one. Okay, and here as well, let's remove this one. So if I just refresh this and try to apply some filters, it should give. So let's say I'm going to apply this filter of the user. So here let's apply. So that's what we're seeing, only of this user. And if I just clear this filters, we should see all of these things. And tag of 1, So if I just click this, only this result should be shown. So let's apply this one. So we don't have any things. So this is the no filter data component. This the icon no task and mind maps to be shown for the choose and filter, and if you just clear, this is what it is. Okay, that's the logic for us to filter the recent activities of a workspace. And now let's try to localize this one, the workspace main page. So like we did for the other sections, let me just add in the messages for workspace main page. So let's go here, and here I'm just adding the workspace related things: filter, command, recent activity, and shortcut container. And this one needs to be updated in all of our components. So let's go to our recent activity folder. So the assigned to task user, let's we don't have anything here to localize, so going to this no data here, let's use this translations. So this one is going to be workspace underscore main page dot recent activity. So now we have this, and this one, let's just replace this with t of no data. Okay, so this is the thing. And now here this filtered data as well. So let's just copy this one, the recent activity, no filtered data, and let's just import this one. And I need to make this one the client side component so that we don't receive an error. And this one, let me change the text to t of no filtered data. Okay, and this container here as well, let's okay, fine. So here as well, let's paste this one, this translations, and also now in here only one place, the client error section, the message that we have. All I'm going to do is pass in here this error text for this one, and the activity item. So just a small change here, we are just passing in here this slash, and I'm going to add in the additional link for this one, the workspace activity that we have. So let me just update in here this link string, and this one we need to send this one from our workspace homepage route. So just going to this endpoint here, the where we have this link, let me add in the workspace and the ID, workspace ID, this one, the mind maps page, mind map, and pass in here this mind map.id, and here as well. So let's add in this link, the workspace and the workspace ID, and also this task and task.id. Okay, so I'm just passing in this to to the item component, recent activity item, the link. Now I can just change this one to link. So in here now, clicking on that, it's going to take us to the respective section, be it a task or mind map. So that's the thing. And also now the filter commands component, the user item. Let's copy this one, the translations. So here this one, instead of this recent activity, this it's going to be for command. And here instead of this current user, let me change this one to assigned to me. Okay, so that's the small change here. And now inside this container, let's copy here and change this one to command. And let's import this use translations. Okay, and also now first thing, the placeholder text for the search, let's replace this one with the search text. And here there's no results found. Let me replace this one with tf no results found. And even this heading, let me change this one to tf assigned to. Okay, and also this tags, changing this one to tf tag. So this is the thing inside this component. And now the this filter and clear component, let's import this translations. And the text of this should be changed to filter. And here this just the filter text that we have, tf filter button. Okay, so this is the thing. And same thing in your clear component. Let's import this one. It's going to be the filter. And this text of this, it's going to be clear button. Okay, so almost we are done. So we almost localized this one. And also here same thing in the recent activity as well. In here the okay, fine, this is also already done. So yep, so we just localized the workspace related things. So I think that should be reflected here, this assigned to me text and all that I just added. And now let's try to make these shortcuts for. So basically what I wanted to do is, let's try to create in the hooks to create the mind maps and also the task, and try to use this and add it to our shortcut components as in the headers. So in that I'm just going to add in an option to create the new task and new mind map. So inside this hooks folder, let's create new hooks for creating the use new mind map. So this is for our shortcut container components. Okay, there also I want an option to create the new mind map or task from. And the same thing I'm going to add in for use new task component. So let's just create for task, and it's going to be pretty similar for other things. So let's make this one as a client side component, and here this should be pretty straightforward. Here I'm going to pass in here this workspace ID under which we wanted to create, and in here let's have this translations. So here this messages to show any error messages, and like we did. So I'm just going to quickly add in here this toast object and all those things. So this one, the toast, the router, let's have this router, and in here just a simple call to the endpoint. So let's use this mutation, and I'm going to change in here this mutate. Let's name this one as new task. We do have the other, so let me just add in here quickly, okay, so that we get used to this thing. Mutation functions, this one, let's try to get in this data. So I'm just going to make a post call using this axios.post, and here the endpoint is api/task.new, and here pass in this workspace ID. So from this, let's just return this data, and let's handle this on success callbacks and other things. In on success callback, so we are getting this data of type task, and here I'm going to show in here the success message. Let's show this message as success.task added, and this should be a string, so that's why we are seeing an error. And after this, let's try to navigate to that task page. So here this dashboard, workspace, the workspace ID, and also now this tasks page, task this data.id to the edit page. Okay, so on success, this is what we are going to do: redirect the user to the task page that he has created. If any error, same thing. So let's try to collect this error message and try to show in the form of the toast message. So the error, if we have error dot response dot data, error dot response dot data, else let's show this errors dot default message, and here I'm just going to show this as the toast message. The title, it's going to be that m of the error, and variant, let's have this one as the destructive. And for this, the mutation key, let's set this one as a new task. Okay, fine. So this is the thing, and from here I can just return this. I could have just copied this one from the page that we are trying to create this task. Okay, same way, let's just copy, and we are going to add in for this mind map. So I'm just going to change the endpoint and also the component name. So this one, it's going to be use mind map. We're going to send in this workspace ID, router, and change this name to new mind map is pending, and this endpoint should change it to the mind maps that we have, mind underscore maps, that's the endpoint, and pass in this workspace ID data, and same thing. And instead of this task, I'm going to change here to mind map, and this data, it's going to be of mind map type. And after this, let's redirect this user to mind map / mind map page that we have, and the error thing and this mutation name, it's going to be new mind map, and this name also, it's going to be new mind map. Okay, so remaining it's going to be pretty much the same. So I'm just removing this task type which we are not using, and this is the these are the like two hooks that we have. And now whatever the logic that we have inside this, I could have just taken from here, but I just added here so that we get used to it. So going to this sidebar section, so let's open the components sidebar in the option sidebar. So let's extend this one, workspace options, and the actions, new mind map, and all those things. So let's completely remove all of these things that we have. So I'm removing in this, and also the toast, router, and this messages, and simply we just moved everything to our new mind map hook. And here I'm going to pass in here workspace ID. Let's get in here this new mind map and is pending. And now everything should be as usual. So let's remove this one. So I could have taken from here the whatever the, so we are just trying to move up the logic to a hook so that we can use the same way of creating a mind map or a task in other components as well. So that's the intent. So let's remove this mutation and also this type of this which we are not using, and even this toast. So the same thing, and even in here. So I'm just going to remove this router messages, and let's remove this one, const use new task hook, and pass in here this workspace ID, get the new task and is pending section, and it should be good. So let's remove this one, and the axios use mutation, and the task thing, and also the toast section, the use toast. Okay, so it's the way of refactoring. And now in the shortcut in the workspace main page, I wanted to, so basically in this shortcut sidebar, so let's try to create the shortcuts inside, so that we have here in the workspace main page. So let's add in this hooks to create the new task and mind map into this container. So this shortcut thing, so now let's try to add in this use new task hook, pass in here workspace ID, and get in this new task and is pending. Let's rename this one to is task, is new task loading. Okay, and let's just minimize this part, and here, and also let's just minimize this part. Same way, let me just get in this new mind map thing. So use new mind map and pass in here this workspace ID. Let's get this new mind map and is pending. So is new mind map loading. I'm just renaming this. So once we have this one, and also let's add in here the permission indicator component, and for this pass in here this user role, and alongside the workspace name, the workspace dot name. I'm just adding in here, and let's remove this one, the constraint the width full for extra large screens. And after this, I'm going to create a component called shortcut container button item, and for that we are going to pass in so whatever the container item that we have. So let me just rename so this item. So since we are wrapping in this button, so I'm just going to rename this one to button item. Okay, yep, let me just update this thing. That's fine. And here let's rename this one to button item. We are going to see the errors, so let's change this one to button items, and wherever we have, let me just add it now as of now, and I need to make some changes to that component. Okay, so now going to this, apart from this, let's pass in here this loading indicator when we are creating a new task or new mind map, and on click the functions that we have to create a new task and mind map we are going to pass in. And let's get this loading, and on click callback function into this. And for this button, let's pass in here, this will be disabled if it's loading, and on click I'm going to trigger this on click function. And the styling of this, let's remove this restriction of width that we have, the width of 40 and 52 and all. So here let's add in now this minimum width of 10 rems, and minimum width on smaller screen onwards, let's make this one as 13 rems. Okay, and padding, let's keep that as it is, and shadow, flex, justify, center, and gap, whatever it is, I'm just going to keep it as it is, and the same thing. And if it's the owner, let's remove this Excel constraint, and here as well let's remove this one, width of 1/4. Okay, that's the change. And now here if it's loading, let's try to show this loading state component. So loading state component, if not, whatever we have here, icon and the text, I'm just going to add in here. Let's try to wrap inside one fragment so that we don't see an issue. Okay, fine. So this is the change. Now it's starting to look better. Still a lot of change, styling it's needed. Okay, so that's the button item. And also here we have an issue. That's because I need to pass in the other props. And for this group chart, whichever I just added, I don't want this one to be button item, so I want it to be a link item. So that is, instead of button, I wanted to wrap the link, the text inside this link. So let me just copy this one, the container button item, whatever we have, and create in your new component called shortcut container link item.tsx, and inside this let's just change accordingly. So instead of this callbacks, I'm going to send in here this string, and let's change this one to shortcut container link item, and destructure and remove this one, the href, and this one let's completely use this link component, and for this I need to pass in the href. So let's have this href, and the styling whatever we have, I'm just going to have the same. Let's remove this variant, and now this loading and all, I'm just going to remove this completely and replace with this icon and this title. So now we have this one for group chat, so I'm just going to use this component. So instead of this button item, so let's import this link item, provide in here this for now let's add in this href, and that's the thing, group chat. And after this one, the message dialog that I added, so let me just remove here this thing, the button whichever I added for now. And for this new task is loading, it will be this is new task loading, and on click let's add in here this new task functionality, and this is for mind map, and is loading. This one is new mind map loading. On click let's pass in here this new mind map. Okay, so this is the change for this component, and now we have for group chat, new task, and new mind map to create from here itself, and we should be directly redirected to that id edit of this page. Okay, and this permission indicator, let me just change this one, the styling of this thing, the button that I have. So let's try to make this one dynamic. So see, text xm smaller, and medium onwards let's have this text as a base, and a minimum width let's, so whatever we had it for the other things, the button item, so I'm just trying to add in the same thing. Minimum width let's say 13 rems, height of 14, padding of 2, rounded larger, and have this shadow, smaller shadow, flex, justify center, and items let's center them, gap of 1, and medium let's say a gap of 2. And here if this user role it's not equals to owner, so here if this is not equals to owner, same thing, let's have this width of 1/5, else width of 1/4. Okay, so that's the styling. Okay, so and this needs to be added in the scroll area, and variant let's change this one to outline. Okay, that's the styling for this button trigger which I wrapped in this pan. And after this dialog trigger, whatever this hover content that I have, let me just remove, and this one, the width and all whatever we have, let me just keep it same. I think it's fine. Okay, that's the small change. And this one as well, let's move into the folder of this shortcuts section. So let me just move this one into this shortcuts folder, because that's where we wanted to use exactly So I'm just updating the imports so that we shouldn't see any issues. Okay, fine. And also this private messages title, I can just delete this for now, or else let's just keep. So whichever we are not using, we can just remove that. And also the other components, let's just change the styling to make it consistent. This button, which is this thing, so I'm just going to change this one to reflect as so the living workspace. Let me just make this one text smaller. Again, same thing, I'm just going to add in here this text base, minimum width of 10 rems, and this minimum width of 13 rems, width of 1/5, height 14, padding of 2, rounded, let's make this one large, and shadow smaller, flex, justify, center, and items, let's center this one, gap of 1, medium, gap of 2. Okay, we are not seeing that as green, that's fine. So now that's what we just changed, moved up the logic to hook so that we can use into our the workspace main page where we are trying to load in the related activities and have the option to create from here. Okay, so that is the thing. And in here the respective pages of the mind maps and tasks, I can just remove this permission indicator now. So I just don't want, because we added in this main section, so let's just remove these things. So here, since I'm the owner, so I'm not able to see that, else we are going to see, which I already showed you. So let's remove this permission indicator, even in this tasks edit page and all those pages where we added. Okay, you can just remove other unused sections as well, like this leave workspace, and here as well let's remove this permission indicator component. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. So now I can just create a new task. So if you wanted to test this one, and this needs to be added in the scroll area, so going to this, ideally should be there, container. So we are in this scroll area. Okay, this one I'm not able to scroll this one, that's fine. So let's test this. So you can see task it's successful, and now we should be redirected to that task edit page. And let's, yep, so it's redirecting, so we can just see that message here. And here I can see this one as new task from workspace recent activity section. So I'm just adding in here, and this one, let's add in this emoji, pick a date, let's pick 15th to 24th, and add in this tag and add a new tag. The new tag is the color. Let's add in this pink, and we created it, so I'm just adding this new tag, and I can just add in the images and all those things. So let's add in this new content or something now. And if I just go to the workspace, so it's saving. Okay, it's saved. So go to this workspace section, we should see this new thing to be showcased. Yep, new task from workspace, recent activity, and this is what we have, and this is how we are going to see the updated task or mind maps and all those things. Okay, let's not worry about the scrolling part, which can be taken care even later. Okay, and after this I wanted to focus on this group charts. So for that we need to add in the conversation schema to DB, and the APIs to getting the chart ID of a room and all those things. So let's try to add those things now. To add in the conversation schema, so let's go to our Prisma, and inside this let's create the new table called the conversation. So let me just add in here this conversations. So this is going to have the ID which is again a default. Let's set in here this ID, the workspace mapping, so the relation, the fields, let's add in this workspace ID, and it references the ID of that. On delete, cascade, and now here this workspace ID, which it should be of unique messages. In this each this conversation is going to have the messages, and I'm going to create in here this message model as well. So just below here let's create, and let's minimize this one. So this one, this model message, and inside this again the string of ID default, let's set in this ID, and the mapping to our conversation. So this is going to be associated to this conversation. Fields, the conversation ID, the spelling, conversation ID, and it references ID of that table. Let's have this conversation ID, so which is of type string, and then this sender, who is the sender who sent this message. This mapping should be to our the users table. So let's have in here this sender ID, and it references the ID of that table, and having this sender ID which is of type string, the content of the message, this is going to be a string, and the time at which this is created. So let's have this date time default, let's have this one now. And additional resources this message can have, like PDF or the images. So I'm just adding in here this additional resources, and here as well we are going to create the new enum for this model. So and this edited, so if this is edited, and we are going to show this accordingly. Default, it's the false. And now this model for our additional resource, not resources, so the spelling RO. Okay, so here the resource, and inside this again the ID and default, let's have this ID generated, the mapping to our message table, and this is going to be optional, and the relation message ID, this resource ID, this resource is associated with which message, that is this mapping, and this message id, which is again a string, optional. The type, this it's going to be additional resource types. In this one, let me just create an enum additional resource types, the pdf and the image. So as of now, these are the two types that I'm going to add in, and this name, the string, and this url of this resource. So this is the additional resource, and that the table that we added. Now I need to add in the mapping to respective tables. So let me just add in for the workspace here, below this notification, the conversation. Let's add in here this conversation, and this is going to be optional. And now I need to link it to the users table as well. So just going to users section. So here let's add in the messages, which this is going to be message array. And I think yeah, these are the things, and we can just remove if we don't need an index. So I'm just going to remove all of the indexes. So in here, wherever I just added the indexes on the table, let's just remove. I don't think we need, or you can just leave that as it is, your choice. So I'm just removing this so that it doesn't slow our insertion processes, updations, and all those things. Okay, even here let's remove this indexes, and even this unique, let's just remove, and this indexes. Okay, fine. So basically I just removed all of the indexes. I don't think we need them because I don't want to slow our insertion, updations, and all those things. If we add index only when we are querying, it helps us to retrieve faster, but it doesn't want it to slow the other way. So that's why I just changed that. Now we have this conversations related models and all. So let's just try to create the simple pages, the placeholder components. So here inside this dashboard, I'm going to create in the workspace ID, let's create a new folder for chart, and here this chart ID dynamic page, and inside this let's have this page.tsx and the loading page, so like we normally have. So let's copy this loading section that we have. So I'm just adding in here, and the other page as well, let's just copy this one, and I'm just going to change this to the thing that I want. So alongside this workspace ID, the params, it's going to be chart ID. So let's get in here this chart ID as well, and the page, it's going to be the chart, and pass in here this chart ID, and let's just leave all of this here. And here I'm just going to try to get this conversation ID using this workspace. So let's add the workspace the conversation for this thing. So to get the conversations results, so let me just create a new endpoint inside this workspace folder. and inside this get folder I'm just going to create a new endpoint. Let's name this one as workspace with chart details, and that's what we are going to get. And I'm going to pass in here this workspace ID for this, and here the route. Okay, and whatever we have here, let me just copy this one and let's change this accordingly. So I'm just going to receive your workspace ID, user ID, check that, and here things. So just apart from this, let's try to include the conversation. So to get that, I need to migrate this Prisma migrate dev, and let's add in added chart related models. Okay, fine. So now I can just get this include the conversation. Yep. And where let's pass in here this workspace ID, the workspace ID that I get, and from this I'm just going to get this ID. Okay, so this it's going to give us the details of the conversation thing, and after this workspace not found, and this one it's going to be pretty much the same. So this is the endpoint that we want, and also while we are trying to create a new workspace, so let me add in when we are creating this workspace, after this one let me create this conversation as well for that. So await db dot conversation dot create this data workspace id, the workspace dot id. Okay, so this is going to create as the conversation when we are creating the new workspace and all. Let's not worry about for existing workspaces what needs to be done and all. And even this one in our onboarding route, so needs to, so let me just copy this one, and in the onboarding section this endpoint as well. After here I need to create in the conversation for this. Okay, those are the changes, and now we have this endpoint. So let's try to create in the helper so that I can use in our pages. So let me just open here. Let's copy wherever we have this workspace related thing. Yep, so let's copy this function and add in here this, let's name this one as get workspace with chart id. That's exactly what we are trying to get from that. And here this endpoint get workspace with chart, and passing in this workspace id, user id, and this type again I need to create in here. So let's try to create inside this extended file. Let me just create new definition. Let's name this as extended workspace, and here I'm just going to extend the workspace that we have. Additionally, I'm going to add in here this conversation object with an id thing. So this is the return type, so I can just import this extended workspace, and that's exactly what our return type it's going to be. So now we have this function, and in the page that I had it, I can just try to use this function to get this ID. So instead of this get workspace, now I'm just going to use get workspace with chart ID, and I'm going to remove that later. And let's try to get here this conversation ID, the workspace dot conversation dot ID, and if this conversation ID it's not equals to this chart ID, so I'm just going to redirect the user to dashboard errors page. So just so here, and error, I'm just going to add in the query param as no conversation thing. Okay, fine. And if not, whatever we have here, let me remove this filter by wrapper. Let's try to include in empty fragment in dashboard header, the dashboard workspace, and here now alongside let me add in this new chart route, the link for this, the dashboard workspace, and here this workspace ID, and alongside this chart page that we have chart ID, and use translate, I'm going to set this to true because I'm going to add this. And after this, let's just remove the permissions, the things from other pages as well. So wherever we have in this header, you can just remove, it's not looking good here. This permissions header you can just ignore and remove whichever you don't want. Invite users, let's keep that one. And this, even this leave workspace, let's remove. And this add task shortcut, I'm just going to keep that. And whatever we have here, let's remove this one. And for now let's set height and width as full. Okay, so to just test this one, we don't have any ID and all those things. I'm just going to and change this component name to chart, and here as well let's change this one to chart. Okay, that's the small change. And even inside this one, let me change this one to get workspace with chart ID, and remaining I'm just keeping that as it is. And here let me just remove this permission indicator. Okay, so if I just refresh, now we should not see the permission indicator component. Okay, this the error, so let's just try to restart this one. So I'm just trying to restart this one since we changed the schema, so it throws us the error sometimes. Now it's ready, so I'm just refreshing this website, and now we should not see the permission indicator, which is not looking good in the dashboard header. So that's what I removed. So in other places also, just remove whichever you don't want. Yep, so next to the invite it is removed. Now it's looking good. And the mind map and all, just if you just extend the screen, it looks good. And for now, let's keep it that way. Oh, let's not worry about that. And now the option sidebar and all those things I need to change. So let's say if I'm creating new workspace, and also let's try to reload this Prisma Studio so that we see the updated tables. So I just added the conversation message and all, so now we have this. So if I just try to create new workspace here, so let's name this one as chat workspace, and I'm not adding in the images. So now the workspace is created. Okay, so let's try to refresh this one. That we are going to handle of creating that, redirect into that and all those things, and also reflecting the sidebar and all. So now I should have an entry in the conversation table. Yep, so now I have here. So if I just open this one, the chat and the ID that I want, so let me just take this ID and I'm just passing in here. Okay, yep, so this is the thing, that is the page of this chart. And now let's go to sidebar, components and all other things. Let's show what needs to be showcased in the options, sidebar, component, and after this additional ID. Okay, so related to this workspace, in this options, sidebar, sections, in this things, now here after this mind maps, let me add in this path now, which we just created, slash dashboard workspace and the workspace ID, this chart and the chart ID. So this chart ID, I'm going to add this. We are going to receive an error. So this chart ID, let's add in this, which it's going to be of type string or undefined path name dot split by slash, and the fifth value should be your chart ID. Now we should see this one, the same thing that we used to see for workspace. Okay, that's what we are able to see now. And even now the shortcuts container inside our workspace main page, let's change in here this definition of this to extended workspace. And now the container link item, where I added in here this slash, now I'm just going to add in this dashboard workspace and the workspace.id, the chart page, and now here this workspace.conversation.id. okay, it's going to take us to this group chart page, and that's the change in here. Okay, and also the DB that we are storing is using our local Docker Compose container that I am running using this Docker thing. And eventually I wanted to add in a real-time messages chat functionality. So for us to achieve that, I'm going to use Supabase. And so let's try to create a simple project and try to use that database URL instead of the local URL that I'm referring now. So to create this Supabase, let me just log in to this thing and create in here this new project, and let's name this as super productive. And anyhow, I'm just going to delete this afterwards, and here this password super productive @ 2024 is the password. Okay, so let me create this new project. So now we have this new project, so let me create this environment variables. So inside in here, like we had in here, I'm just going to add in the things that I need related to Supabase. So next public Supabase URL, and also next public Supabase anon key. Okay, so these two values I need. So for us to get these things, so let's go to inside this one. This is the URL, so I'm just adding in this one, and this is the NN key. So let me just paste this one. Okay, so now I have this one, so I need to create the client for that. So to create the client, the dependencies that I need is Supabase JavaScript client. So install this two things, Supabase. So its documentation is very good, so you can just refer that. And I'm just adding in here Supabase JS client, server-side rendering library, and as well as the client. So now we have this thing, so I'm just going to prepare the client code for that. So let's create inside this a new file called supabase.ts, and in here I'm just going to let's make this one as a client-side component. Let's try to export this Supabase. We are not going to use this, but eventually I'm just going to use this one. And let's use from this Supabase SSR the create browser client, and I'm going to for this one pass in the environment variable which we just created. Next public Supabase URL, and after this let's add in this next public Supabase anon key. Okay, fine. So this is the client and that we have, and also the DB the environment variables that I have this database URL. So I wanted to use this DB itself. So let's go to this, and this DB I need URL, the project settings, configurations, and let me use the URL here, whatever I just have. So let me comment this one for now, and I'm replacing this one with database URL and whatever I just copied, and this password, let's change this one to super productive @ 2024 is our password. I'm not sure if that is the password, so again let me set the same as the super productive @2024. So let me just reset this one. Okay, the password is updated, and this is the string that we have. And now I can, okay, that's fine. So the Prisma schema that we have, this the URL that we are referring. So let me try to migrate this schema, migrate dev. So now we are trying to connect with this URL that we have. So let's see, sometimes it takes time to push it, and I'm just checking this one. Okay, so let's wait for us to push the schema, all the models to this DB. So once we push this one, so basically the idea is I would like to enable the real-time messages, I mean subscriptions on messages table, so that when the other users in the workspace tries to enter, will be visible to the other user who are part of the workspace, and that's the intent. Pushing this schema, it takes time, so let me just wait. Okay, so now the tables are pushed, and the small change, just change the port to 5432 for migration purposes, and that is how it's used. And you can see for this port 6543, it timed out. So for migration, this is the thing that we are supposed to use, and whatever the migrations that we have, I just pushed it to this DB, and now we should have the tables inside this one. And to get to know more info about which URL to be set and all those things, so here we need to have this database URL, and this is the direct URL that we have. So for migration and all, this is the thing that I used. So let me just add in the URL, direct URL as well for this one. So direct URL, let me add in direct URL, going to this, and actually let me just copy this one and add in the direct URL for this, and this is the endpoint. And for database URL, let's change this one to 6543 and Postgres, and I'm going to add in here this pg bouncer to true. Okay, so fine. So this is the change, and now we should see the table. So in here, so if I just go to our tables editor, I should see these tables. Yep, so these are the tables, account, conversation, and all, everything that we have. And even if I refresh this, now we are not going to have anything. So this database URL, the schema, ideally that thing that we are referring to here. So how come we have this data? Okay, let me try to not this studio, so this one, let me try to run this again. So ideally the data that we want inside this DB, we don't have any data, so it should redirect us to sign in page. the onboarding. Okay, so you can see now we don't have any data, so let's try to sign into this, and I'm signing in with GitHub, and as usual let's add in here, let's add in here this beneath as the name, info study, and this one, let's name this as chart workspace. I'm not going to add an image, that's fine. Okay, now we are in, so it's redirecting, and we should go to the home page, and this is what we have: no activity found, join a workspace or create your own, or something like this. So now inside this, let's just try to create one task map and a task and one so new task. So I've just created this new task, so let's name this one as a new task with new db, and this one, let's add this as the icon, date let's say 15 to 24. In this tags we don't have any tag. Let's add in this db tag. Okay, so I'm just adding this one, so it is added, and I'm just adding in here is added new db. Okay, fine, we should save this. It is saved. So going back, we have this thing, and in here this sidebar and all, I should get this details. Why am I not getting this one? So going to this home, we have this one. Okay, I messed up the options sidebar logic then, so just going to this options sidebar. Okay, yep, so here it's what I, so this one I need to fix this, the logic that I added in here. We need to close this bracket, so let's try to open here and close it here, and let me just remove this one. Now we should be able to see, yep, so we have this one. In task I should see one task, and that's what we have. That's fine. So the db change, it's working fine for us, and we added the API for getting the chat ID and all those things. Now let's try to make a simple chat container with input for creating a new messages, and adding the attachments, and also the API to create a new entries into our messages table. So let's start with endpoint. So inside this API folder, let's create a new folder for the conversation, and inside this let's create a new folder called new message, and I'm creating in a route for this, and this one, let's just copy this thing and here I'm just pasting this thing. So inside this one, so let's just minimize this thing and checking the session and all. It's pretty common. And now we need a schema to create a new message. So let's create a new message schema inside our schema folder. Let's name this one as new message schema.ts. okay, and here this one, new message schema, this jar object. So this will have the properties of workspace id, so which it's going to be a string, and then the chart id, which it's again a string, and the message this it's going to be a string. Then this attachments, so the attachments it's going to be, let's make this as a union. So this is going to be the array of this object, and inside this the id, which it's going to be of type string, and this name, which it's again of type string, the url, which it's of type string, the type. So here this type, let's again make this one as a union. So this one, let's say the additional resource types dot pdf, and dot literal additional resources dot image. Okay, so I said union, so let's add in here this null. So now we should not see any issues. So this is the schema to create a new message, and let's export this new message schema type, jet.infer type of new message schema. Okay, so now we have the schema, so I can just go to this one and import here this new message schema and safely parse this. And after passing, so from this, let's destructure the workspace id, the attachments, the chart id, and the message. Okay, so here let's do the small check. If this message dot length is 0 and we don't have any attachments, let's return from here with this message as errors dot wrong data, and this status code, let's pass in the 401 here. Else now inside this try section, the first thing, the chart, I'm going to find this unique inside this conversation table using in this id that we got, the chart id and also the workspace id. Okay, so once we found this chart, so again I'm going to check. If we did not find this chart, so I'm going to return here this error saying that errors dot no chart. Okay, fine. So these are all error messages and all. I'm just going to add in at the end, so you can take it from the description. Okay, so after this, let's create in here this new message, db.message.create, and in here the sender id, session.user.id, the content, it's going to be the message, conversation id, it's the chart.id. So this creates the new message entry. And now let's check for the attachments. So if we have the attachments, so let's try to iterate through this attachments. attachments, and now in this let me for each thing, let's say this one, the attachment, I'm going to create an entry into our the additional resource table. So create, and in here this data, the message ID, let's add in this ID the name, the attachment dot name, the URL, let's pass in here this attachment dot URL, and this type, the attachment dot type. Okay, so this is how we are going to take care of the attachments. Now everything is done, so let's just remove all of these things that we have. So I'm just removing this unnecessary things that we imported, and finally after this I'm just going to return in here this OK text, and this is the endpoint to create a new message. So now we have this endpoint, we need to consume this one, so let's worry about consuming these things. So I wanted to have a simple chart container component, so that whenever I navigate to, so basically this group chart should take me to this chart section. So this is the thing. Now we don't have anything inside this, so let me create a new component for that. Inside this component folder, the chart folder, and inside that let's have the container. So new file called chart container.tsx, and for this one, let's again have this as a placeholder. Interface props, the workspace ID is what we are going to pass in to this component, and this the chart ID, which is going to be a string. Now this chart container, and inside this one, so let's return this empty div for now, and from this let me just destructure this workspace ID and chart ID, and this div let's try to include inside our chart ID page where we don't have anything, and so inside this, and the maximum height, let's make this one fit. And now here I'm going to use this chart container, pass in the chart ID. So here it's going to be the conversation ID, workspace ID, let's pass in this workspace dot ID. So this is the thing, and now we don't have anything inside that, and let me try to add in some text inside that. So here let's say this is going to be top section, and here I'm going to add in the chart content, something like that, chart section. Okay, and after this we'll have here this new message container. Okay, and let's make this one as widthful and also heightful. Let's make this flex column direction, so, and also justify between padding of 4, having this border of border, and rounded to be medium. Okay, yep, and let's add in some shadow small effect. So this is the thing, and now the new message. So inside this chart let's create a new folder called the new message component, and in this let's have again sub components for this. One is the new message container component, where we are going to have the input and the upload functionality and all those things, and the other for the file preview. So whatever the attachments that I'm going to add in, I'm going to show in this, and the upload file button functionality, upload file button component. Okay, so now let's try to work on one by one. So let's go for the container, use client, and again for this one the props, let's just copy this one, workspace id and the chat id. So this is going to be the prop for this component as well, and here let's name this one as new message container, and this one, so let's get this props, the chat id and the workspace id and all those things. So like we normally do, so basically here is the place where we'll try to talk to our endpoint to create a new message, and accordingly try to create an entry into our table and all those things. So let's try to handle the logic and then the rendering part. And here let's say for now the empty fragment, and this one, whatever we have here after this, the chat div, I need to import inside this one the new message chat container, the chat id, and also pass in this workspace id. So this is the thing, and now let's work on the logic inside this component, and then we'll see the rendering part, how it's going to look inside the chart id page. Okay, so to make an call to our endpoint, first let's get this error messages text, and this use toast, and here let's have this toast. Okay, and for uploading the files, let's maintain the state local state variables uploaded files. So set uploaded files, use this use state, and this is going to be of additional resource. Okay, so let's create this type as well. So going to this extended, of course we are going to see the error, let's ignore that one for now. So the additional resource, okay, fine. Now here this is going to have the string id and the name, url, which is again a string, this type, this is going to be of additional resource types from this Prisma client. Okay, in this one additional resource. Now I have this one, I can just import this. So this let's import this one. So by default let's set this one to be null, and here let's add in this null, or it can be of additional resource array. So this is of the type of this uploaded files, then this message that the user is going to type in, so this we are going to keep track using this variable, and initially this is going to be empty string. Okay, fine. And same way the callback functions to add in the emoji, on change files handler, the removing the file handler and all, let's quickly create that. So on select emoji handler, the emoji code. So here the string, and here I can add in this emoji string dot from code point parse int the emoji code to hexacode, and now I'm just going to set this into message. Whatever the previous message that we had, I'm just going to add in this emoji to that message and update into our emoji variable. Okay, simple. And now on change this file handler. So this one, let's name this as uploaded files handler, and here the files which it's going to be of additional resource array or the null, and let's set this to uploaded files or whatever we see for this function. And same way to remove the files on remove file handler. So we are going to receive in here this file id. So the uploaded the files that we have, let's just get this previous files, and we are going to use the id that we receive and try to filter that. So filter the file.id, it's not equals to file id or null. Okay, so fine. So this is the thing, and now the call to our endpoint, and inside this, so let's get in here this mutate. Let's name this one as a new message and is pending. Let's get this loading status. Now the mutation function, this is going to be asynchronous, and let's get this text first that we need to send it to our endpoint, the whatever we have inside this message, and then these attachments whatever we have in this uploaded files, and let's set this uploaded files to null, and also the message back to empty string. And let's make a call to the endpoint axios dot post, the endpoint is /api the conversation and this new message endpoint, and here the pass in the workspace id, chart id, and this message whatever we have in this text variable, and the attachments. Okay, this is what this endpoint needs, and that's the schema that we prepared. And now in this on success callback function, what is it and I'm going to do for now, let's just show this toast message. Later we're going to worry about what needs to be done. So here this title of this, for now whatever we have here, let's say success.task added. We don't have that also, so I'm just adding message created or message added, something like that. So placeholders all of this for now, and here this axios error type, collect this error. If we have this response dot data, let's capture this else errors dot default. So and show this toast message. So here this toast title, let's say this of error variant, this one, let's make this one as destructive. Okay, fine. Then on mutate and all this needs to be handled, which we'll worry about later. And this mutation key, let's name this as new message. Okay, so these are the main logic of talking to this and what needs to be maintained as part of this component state and all. And now this UI, let's add in this div, and add in this width full, padding of 2, direction to be column, gap of 2, bg. Let's add in this popover, rounded medium. Now inside this, if we have this uploaded files and the uploaded files length is greater than 0, then this is the section where we are going to show that. I'm just going to add this eventually. So for now, let's add in this empty fragment. So there we need to have a file preview component and all accordingly show that. And now here this below div, here we are going to add in the, let's add in this emoji selector component, and the slide, add in this right align. Let's set this to end on selected emoji, the callback function that we have on select emoji handler. And now inside this, I'm going to add in this button component, and the styling, let's worry about this, and size, it's going to be of icon, variant the ghost, and inside this let's have this smile icon. Okay, so now we should see this one on the screen. So let me just refresh. Yep, so this is what we have here, this smile icon, this styling and all we will take care. So basically this one, it's going to open this emoji selector that we have, and that's what we have here. That's fine. And after this div, we are going to add in this text area auto size component. So let's close this and import this one, import text area auto size from React text area auto size. Okay, fine. And now for this one, the value, let's pass in here this message, and on change let's update this variable. So set message e dot target dot value. Okay, and the placeholder, let's say here this new message for now, and the styling, whatever we had for the other sections, I'm just going to take from that the text area component that I just added. So let me just copy those stylings, and I'm just adding in here the stylings for this, the text area. Okay, so a lot of places, task title, mind map title, and other sections. So this is the text area auto size, and after this text area thing, let's add in a simple div, and I'm just going to wrap in the button and on click. Now let's call in this function that we have, the new message. Okay, and let's close this one, the icon. Inside this I'm going to have send icon. Let's have height and width as 5, and if it's a smaller screen, let's have this width as auto, and even this height also auto. So let me just close this. Okay, that's the icon and needs to be styled. And this button width and height, let's set this one to 8. Smaller screen onwards, let's set width and height to 10. And this size, let's set this one, the icon, and variant ghost. Okay, so yeah, that's the button. And now we need to style this to look better. So let's come from this top level div component that we have. So this one, let's make width to be full and flex justify let's make this one between, and items I'm going to center them and have this gap of 4. Now it should look like a thing. Yep. So here this message and this emoji selector and all, and after this the div here, again let's make this one as a flex, gap of 0.5, smaller screen onwards, gap of 1. Okay, yeah, I think now it looks okayish. And let's have this upload file button component created. So basically for us to upload this one, and also I'm just going to add in the upload thing core file that we have inside this thing, add in this new endpoint. Let's okay, so basically we do have already this PDF uploader, so let's just rename this one to add to chat file, and inside this maximum size, let's set this one to 32 MB, and the max file count I'm going to set this to 5, and also we want the image support as well, so I can just add in the max file size here to 16 MB. So you can change these constraints if you want, and the count 5. Okay, so this is the change to this file router that we have. And now let's just go to our upload file button component. So just moving to this upload file button component, let's make this one as a client side component, and this props for this is just the on change file uploader callback function. So on change uploaded files, and here we are going to send in this file which is going to be of type additional resource or null, and here let's okay, so this is the prop, and now this component, let's name this one as upload files button. Okay, so now inside this let's just use this component that we created, upload button. So I'm just going to use here from this so basically I wanted to create in the upload button. So this one, let's try to create a new component inside. So basically this is what I wanted to use, this upload button, so I can just import this one, so no need to create new things. So upload library and upload thing, let's import here this upload button. Okay, so I can just use this upload button, just close this one, and we need to pass in the props, endpoint, and all those things. So the endpoint, the one which we just created, which is add to chat file. Okay, so let's try to work on the styling of this eventually. So this one needs to be added here, and also the props, let's pass in here the on change uploaded files, and now just going to this new message container. I'm just going to import, and before this emoji selector, let's add in here this upload files button component and on change upload dead files. Let's use this callback handler which we just created. Okay, so this is the component, and now that's how it is loading. This appearances and all those things I'm going to change, and for this styling, let's try to add the styling for this, and also let's just add in the small css for this inside our global.css file. Let me just collapse this one, and here I'm just going to add in so this the custom component, so custom the style of that, you can just refer that doc. So after this background color, so I'm just going to make this one as transparent and apply this important. Okay, so that's what it is now. So now just going back to our component upload file button. So let's try to add in the stylings for this, the appearance and all. So the appearance, the button, so here is uploading. So if it's uploading, so what is it, the styling that we wanted to show? Okay, so this is this thing, so I will add in this styling, and after this the container, let's leave this allowed content. Let's add in this hidden, the endpoint we just added, and the content of this. So this content again, the button, if this ready or uploading. Okay, let's remove this comma, and now if is uploading or not ready, let me show this loading state component that we have, else I'm going to return here the upload icon, and let's add in this width and height as 5, and for smaller and screen onwards, let's set this height and width as auto. Okay, so this is the thing that I wanted to have this content. Yep, you can see now that is the upload icon that we had it, and the allowed content, let's set this one to null, and after this on client upload complete, let's get this results inside this callback function, the files which it's going to be of type additional this is going to be of type additional resource or null. So let's try to collect this results, and if we so basically if we have this results, so let's try to iterate through this each result, and I'm just going to return from here the format that I want, the ID. So here I can use this unique id to assign this value. So v4 as, so to use upload button and the components related to this upload thing, you can just refer this doc which I initially showcased, so I'm not going to emphasize much on that. So here, this one, the unique id. So now I can just, of course we are going to see the error, unique id thing, and this name, it's going to be result dot name, this type result dot name ends with dot pdf. So I'm going to assign this type as additional resource types dot pdf, else this is going to be of image. Okay, so this is how I'm going to assign, and the url, whatever the result that we get, result dot url. So this is what we are going to return, and if we don't have this results, I'm just going to return null. And after this, let's pass in this files to this callback function. Okay, and in on upload error, so let's get this error. So once we get this here error, I can just try to show. So let's create here this toast objects, and I'm just going to show some error uploading this file. Use toast, and this one, let's add in this toast message in the error section. So the title, I'm going to set this one as error, and this variant, let's make this one as destructive. Okay, why is this error? Use toast and all, it's just need to reload. Yep, fine. And now this button appearance is what I need to change. So the button appearance, let's try to change here this one, width and height, let's set this to 8, and smaller screen height and width onwards, let's set this to 10. Rounded, let's make this one to be extra large. Okay, and text secondary, foreground, and background, let's make this one as transparent. On hover, I want this background to be accent, and on hover, let's make this text as accent foreground, and display to be inline flex, and items, let's center this one, and also justify center. Rounded medium, text to be smaller, and font type, let's make this one to be medium, and add in this ring effect, ring offset of this background, and this transition colors, focus, visible, I have this outline none, and this focus visible, have this ring effect, same thing. So visible, let's add in this ring styling, and also this ring offset, ring offset 2, and if it's a disable, so add in this pointer events none, and if it's a disabled opacity, let's set this to 50, duration of 200, focus within. So focus within, let's add in this ring color primary, and dark focus within color. I'm going to add in this ring primary 60, and if it's uploading, let's add in this the custom class which we added, custom button uploading, else nothing. Okay, so this is the appearance. So basically here on hovering we are going to show this or else nothing. Okay, so this is what, and now we need to work on the preview component, and I think this upload files, whatever I wanted to handle, I just added, and this is the hover styling, just we added the file upload functionality, the file preview component. So this one, let's make this one as a client side component, and the props for this component, it's going to be basically the file which it's of type additional resource, and also on remove file, the file id, okay, so these are the callback functions. Now the file preview section, and here I'm just going to return empty div for now. Okay, so inside this, the props, let's destructure them, the file, and inside this one let's get the name, type, url, and the id, and on remove file callback function. So what needs to be done here, and basically I need to show the image component and all those things, and this one needs to be exactly here if we have this uploaded files, and this is the component that I need to show. So I can now wrap inside the scroll area component. Let's make this one widthful. Okay, and also I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div, and below this one let's add this scroll bar. Orientation, let's make this one as horizontal. Okay, fine, and this inside this div, let's use this uploaded files and try to get this each file, and here I'm going to show this file preview component, pass in here this file id, and pass in here this file on remove file. We have this on remove file handler, and the file styling, let's show this inside this flex and have this padding bottom and a border at the bottom and having this border. Okay, so this is the thing, and now we don't have anything to show, that's secondary. So to just see how this is going to look like, though we don't have anything to show, now I can just basically show this component here, and let's yep, and for that we need to pass in the ID and all those things. That's fine. Anyhow, I'm just going to show it eventually. So this one, let's have this div, and if this type it's equals to additional resource types dot image, then I'm going to render this one inside this image component. Let's make this one width and height full, rounded, smaller, and make this one as object cover. And the source, let's just pass in this URL, the alt, and this width I'm going to pass in here 800, height as well 800. Okay, so if that is not the case, if this type is PDF, so let me just show in here this component for now, the file. Let's handle for this one later. So width of 12 and this height of 12. Okay, so I just added this icon to show this is like file thing. Okay, so after this div, let me add in this file name text inside this p tag, the whatever the file name that we have. So this file name as well, let's try to use this truncate text that we have. So the file name, use truncate text and pass in here the name and the max length of 23 characters or something like that. I'm just setting, and inside this p tag I'm going to show this file name, and after this div let's have this one option to remove this file, and I'm going to wrap inside this hover card, open delay to 50 milliseconds and close delay. Let's add in this 250 milliseconds, and the trigger point, it's going to be the button component. So add in here this button component. On click, I'm going to call this function on remove file and pass in here this callback thing, and inside this let's have this trash icon, and size of this it's going to be 16. So to style this, so let's have this height and width as 8. Okay, and the variant, let's make this one to be destructive, size of this to be icon. So this is the file preview component, and I have not styled this one. So yeah, understand, I should have shown this one and styled this one. That's fine. So padding in the y direction, I'm just adding in this 3 rounded. Let's make this medium, bg, secondary, and shadow, let's make this small, and this one to be relative because the closing, removing the file, I want it to be absolute, and we need to style according to this div, and make this column, and also the items, let's center this. That's this div, and inside this one let's restrict the width to be 24, height to 16, from smaller screen onwards more width 28, and height to be 20, and a medium, let's say width 32, and height let's say 24. Flex, and also justify, make this center, and also the item center. Okay, you will see this eventually. Don't worry about this one not showcasing. And this div that we have, let's again make this one width full, margin top of 2, and this p tag, I'm just going to add in this break words styling and text it to be extra small, this file name, and this div very important. So this one, let's make this as absolute, and z index, let's say 30, and top 0, and right 0. Okay, fine. I think we have this file upload component that we want, and we integrated into this section as well. This new message container that I have here, and for me, now all we have is to test this one. Okay, so let's try to test this. And hi, this is my first message, and let's add in some emoji. So this needs to be appended, and that's what we are adding, and that is the thing. And now let's upload here this file. So this one, I'm just going with the same image, so uploading this one, this file. Yep, so this is the file preview, and I can just add in the another file as well. So let's add in this image. Okay, and this I need to style this better, and if I wanted to delete, I can just delete here, or else I can just add in the same file. So this styling, I need to fix this. I'm just going to fix eventually. So now on clicking this, I need to store this one in a DB. You can see now it is successful, and in the message table we should see this entry. Okay, not in this. Let's directly check inside this thing. Yep, now we have an entry. This is the content that we have, and additionally the additional resource, we should have the message ID image, and that's what we have here. Okay, so that thing that I wanted to show inside this message containers, on change file uploads handler. So this upload file button that we have, we are returning these things. Okay, still I need to fix lot of styling, this button loading and all those things, whatever I just added, all of these things. So I just need to, we can take care of this styling eventually. Let's not worry about this thing. But the functionality that I wanted to, we're able to create an entry into this table, the messages, and also attach in the additional resources and the URL in the upload thing and all those things. So the next thing, let's try to add an API for getting the initial messages, and also make in the message component to display the message whatever the user is typing and all those. I mean, once he sends, once we fetch from the DB and all those things. So let me create that component. Okay, so let's create an endpoint to get the initial messages. So that one, let's try to create inside this conversations folder. So new folder for getting the messages, and inside this, the endpoint name, it's going to be initial messages. And now I'm just going to add in here this new route, this one, let's just copy this thing and try to change this one. So since this is the get endpoint, let me replace this one. Okay, and here the query params we are going to send for this endpoint is the user ID and chart ID. So let's change this to chart ID, and the param name is the chart ID, and let's remove this page. And if you don't have the user ID or the chart ID, I'm just going to say this is a wrong data, and I can just remove this one. And after this, let's remove all of these things, and we are going to query so the messages table. So await db.message find many, and where the conversation ID, let's pass in this chart ID and include whatever we need, the sender info. So in here, let's select the ID, username and image. ID, username, and the image. So I'm just adding in this one, and after this, let's select this additional resources as well. Select ID true, this name as well. Let's get this details, the type of this resource, and also the URL of the resource. Okay, fine. And here let's try to order by the created at in descending order, so the latest first. And the take, let's add in the constants in the constants file that we have. So inside this, let me just add in the constants, like let's say 20 messages is what I wanted to get. Messages limit, I'm just adding in here as 20. So here I'm going to get this messages limit, so that we only try to retrieve 20 messages at a time. And once I make a call, let's just check this. If we don't have the messages, then we are just going to return the empty array, and the status code, let's say 200. Else let's remove this one completely and return these messages in status code as 200, and this is going to be the same. Now we have this route. Let's try to create a messages component, the messages container and message component and all. So inside this, the chart components folder, I'm creating a new folder for messages. So in here, let's create the message component and also the messages container component. So okay, let's see. Now let's just, okay, this is where we are. That's fine. So now here inside this messages, let's first try to create a store for the messages. Let's not worry about what properties we are going to store in the store and all those things. But I wanted to use just stand here for a state management of the messages in a chat section in a conversation. And also let's try to create a type for our extended message. So export interface extended message, which extends the message from Prisma client, and here add in the additional resources. So basically whatever we are getting from the endpoint, that is what I just wanted to add in. And the sender object with the ID, which it's of type string, and the username, this is again a string, image, which is of type string or null. So this is the type. So now let's have some the placeholders for message component and the message container. So this one, let's, for now, like I said, it's going to be the placeholder. Let's add in the interface for this, the props, the message object, which is going to be the extended message type, and this component, let's name this one as a message. And inside this one, this div, and let's, as usual, let's take this get this message object. And so inside this div, let's have the div where I'm going to add in, so pretty standard like we did in the other components, user avatar, and make this width and height as 10. And let's close this div. And after this div, let me add in here the for the name and all those things. So for now, let's say here the username is what I wanted to add in, and let's say like 16 minutes ago, something like that. And after this div, let's add in the some message text. Okay, so these are the placeholders now, so I'm not styling around everything. I'll come back to styling and all. So now this one needs to be used inside the messages container. So this also, just let me create the placeholder component. So make this one as a client side, and the props for this, let's try to send the workspace ID and alongside this chat ID, so which it's going to be a string. Now this component name, messages container, and inside this one, let's just return the empty div for now. So I'm just going to wrap this one inside this scroll area. Let's have this hide as full, and inside this, let me just add in this empty div, and just let's assign this also hide full, flex to be column, gap of 2 like we normally added in the other sections, padding in the x direction 4, in the y direction 2. Okay, so I'll include the other components inside this, and also the props. So let me just add in here this props, the workspace ID and the chat ID. And this one needs to be included in our chart container component. So here, whatever the chart section that I added, let's try to replace this one with this messages container, though we don't have anything in that. So chart ID, I'm going to pass in this chart ID in workspace ID. Let's add in this workspace ID. Okay, and let's create simple header component. So inside this chart itself, let's create new folder for header, and the component name, let's name this as header.tsx, and just the placeholder for now. So I'm just creating the simple component, this div, and inside this div, let's add in the title of this. So let's say this is the universe chart name or something like that. And after this, I'm going to add in the let's say add in this div, and inside this will have some content, and let's say how many are online, so let's say 5 are online or something like that. And this one, let's replace this, the top placeholder text with our header component. So I'm just adding in this header component. Okay, so let me just refresh this one. So whatever the header we added, the top chart should be replaced by that. So it's loading. Okay, it's loading. Yep, the universe chat and 5 online and all those things that we have. So let me just remove this hydration error, and let's remove this padding 4, and this header component, let's add in some styling so that it looks better. So simple for this header, make this width full, add some border at the bottom, the border for this component, and shadow a smaller thing. Okay, and this one, so let's add in the padding in the y and x direction, make this display as flex and direction to be a column. Okay, and this header, let's make this text to be primary, and text to be large, and the font type to be semi bold. So this is the type. And now the div that I have, let's make this one as a flex, items center, and a gap of 1. Okay, so that is the just a small styling. And this content, whatever the div that I'm going to add in, let's add in this width and height to be 3.5. so basically this is the status indicator. And this border, let's add in border for this, shadow to be smaller, and add in this border, and the background the primary. So that is the thing. And this text, let's make this one to be smaller. Okay, so like we did added here for the status, and this is for that. Okay, fine. So this is this for now the header. We are going to come back to this to change the thing that I added. And the message component, I have not added anything into the view that we are seeing. The message section, whatever the text that I did add, all of this for now. So the placeholder, so here I'm just going to add in this content. After this, here let's have the icon, like more horizontal lucid react icon. Okay, and the initial messages, let's create the function inside our API file. So inside this, let's just copy this one, and replace this name with get initial messages, and here the user ID alongside. I'm going to pass in here this chat ID, which is of type string, the endpoint name API / conversation, and get initial messages. And this one, the query param, the user ID, and after this the chat ID. Let me just pass in here the chat ID. Okay, fine. And this one, it's going to be of type extended message array, and this is the endpoint to get the list of the initial messages. API conversation get initial messages endpoint, and the query params user ID and chart ID. So now I have this endpoint, and I can just add this one in the chart ID page, the function to get these details. So in this dashboard, workspace folder, workspace ID, chart ID. So let me just try to collect the initial messages as well. So in here, let me import this get initial messages and pass in here the user ID, and the chart ID that I have is the as the params. So once I get this one for this chart container, let's try to pass in the initial messages values as well. So I'm just going to include the param for this component. So this chart container, let's modify the props that we are going to receive. So I'm adding in here this initial messages. This it's going to be of type extended message array, and let's destructure that initial messages. And okay, and let's just try to, so this one, let's make this one as a client side component, and just for now let's try to console this one, and we will later change this how to use and how to show and pass on to our messages component and all. Okay, so fine. And also the new message container that I have, the this div, let's just add at the bottom, and padding of in the x direction 4, in the y direction let's make this as 2, and add in some shadow, a small shadow. Border I want at the top, and let's add in here this border for this one. Okay, yep. So this is the new message component that we have. This one I'm just going to fix eventually. And also, like I said, I wanted to install let's create a store folder. So in the root, I'm just creating a store folder, and let's have for conversation, and this is just a placeholder for now for, let's say, the messages thing, and I'm going to use the just stand for state management. So let me just add in here the just stand, and I can just for now just import this create from this just stand. Okay, so fine, I just added all of these things. Now we need to make a use of the initial message that I am passing on to the chart container, and what needs to be done with that. So for us to get started, let me create the state for our messages. So the state that I wanted to maintain of this message, so initial messages, if it's loading, the indicator for this, let's make this one to be of type boolean, and the page, so we are taking limited messages, and this is the page, and do we have more messages to load, and this is for that, and the list of the messages which it's going to be of type extended message, and then the functions to add in the new message. So this one, it's going to be of type extended message, and so let me just, and this one to update our messages list. So extended message array, and finally to delete this message, this is this function message id. Let's add in here this delete message function, and let's create the use message state hook. So use message, and I'm going to here this type, it's going to be of message type, and inside this, now let's get this set, and the initial message loading, let's set this one to be true. The messages, let's have this as the empty array. As more, I'm going to set this to true. These are the default values. And page 1, the set messages, so whatever the messages in here, let's use this set the state the messages. So let's add in here this messages and the state dot messages additionally, and this page, let's try to increment this page as more messages dot length. If it's greater than or equals to the limit that we have, then I'm just going to set this one to true or false accordingly. Initial messages loading, let's set this one to false. Okay, and after this, the add message, the new messages that we are receiving. So this one we just need to append to our the messages list. So let's take in here this state, and inside this we just need to update this messages list state dot messages, and add in here this new messages, and after this the delete message function, and here we are going to send in this message id, and accordingly just update the list. I mean, we are just going to filter from our messages list, and here the messages that we have, state dot messages, filter the message id that we have. So the message dot id, it's not equals to the message id. Okay, so this is the state which I just created, and now let's try to get this values into our container. So the chart container, let's inside this the init state, I'm just going to check the use this use ref and set this one to be false, and the as more the initial messages dot length, if it's greater than or equals to the messages limit, depending upon that we are going to set in. And now inside this use effect block, and on mounting of this component, let's try to, so if this init dot we don't have this reference, so the use message thing which I just created, let me set this messages to be the initial messages. Let's just reverse this and pass in here as more. Okay, and after this I'm going to update this current to true. Fine, so this is of getting this data into our the state messages store, and just a small let's try to small change to our schema. So I just wanted to align with the values that we stored in our DB for our message schema. So this one, so let's just keep this name as the additional resources itself. Like this is actually we are querying the additional resources table. So let's not again confuse ourselves. So I'm just changing this, or else you can leave that as it is. So it's my choice. And after the additional resources, and also let's not make this one as null. So I'm just changing this definition to be just an array of an objects of this whatever we have. And here additionally I'm going to add in here this conversation ID, so which it's going to be of type string, and the created at this it's going to be of type string, and the sender details I'm just going to get here this sender details as well, the ID. So I'm just updating some schema according to whatever I need. So this is then the image, the string, make this one nullable, and also the optional, and after this the username, the again which is of type string, and finally the sender ID. So since I'm making these changes here, I need to update the API and also the type that we have in our extended message. So here let me just make this one as optional. So now just going to our endpoint, this new message, of course we are going to receive an error. So let's this data that we have, let's get this new message, and here new message dot message dot this one, the let's just go to the schema and also the messages value. So this one, let's just change this message also to content, and this chart ID also I don't want, so edited, and this one it's going to be of type boolean. So this is just for the message, like is it edited, and then the ID of this one, okay, which is of a type string. Okay, just the complete change. And now here message dot content length is equals to 0, and here this new message dot additional resource dot length is equals to 0. Then we are going to show this wrong data, and here the ID, let's just pass in the conversation ID that I am having. Okay, new message. Okay, that's the issue with this thing. I'm just going to change this one, so we don't need this one. So the db message dot create, the content, it's going to be new message dot content, and the ID of this, let's set in the new message dot ID, the sender ID, content, conversation ID, this needs to change. So new message dot conversation ID, and edited, since we are creating, it's a false. Okay, and after this the attachments, this one, now the check, it's going to be new message dot additional resources length if it's greater than 0. And now we are just going to iterate through this new message dot additional resources. Okay, the names I just changed it to align with our DB and all. that's the change. Okay, and here you can just remove whichever we're not using, this id, the schema, and max user and all those things. Okay, now we just updated our endpoint, and also we are trying to get the messages into the chat container, and so if you wanted to see the message, since we are consoling, I can just show in here. So this is what we have, the edited false, this is my first message and all those things. So we are getting these details, and now we need to create components, how to display and all better. So the messages container that we are trying to show there, and inside this let's try to get these messages and pass on to our messages component and all. So here use, okay, so use message, and here the thing, let's try to get this state, and from here let's get in this messages and initial messages loading, and also let's have the reference for our scrolling, so the div. So let's make use of this user hook, and this is going to be of type react dot mutable ref object for this div element, which I'm just going to attach it to, and just to keep track of whether this user scrolled or not. So this is that variable for user scroll. Let's set this initial value as false. Now inside this use effect, so depending upon the values change inside the messages list, and the user scrolled value, and inside this one, so let's get this scroll container. So I'm just going to attach this one, the scroll ref dot current. So if the scroll container and then user not scrolled, then I'm going to set this scroll top equals to scroll container dot scroll height. Okay, so fine. And now after this, if the initial messages loading, so let's try to show the loading state icon. So height, let's make this one full flex column, and items, let's center this one, justify center, and inside this I'm going to add in the loading state component. Okay, this is if loading messages are loading, else this return part, let's remove the scroll area, and this div attach in here the scroll ref. Okay, and inside this one, let's just remove this empty placeholder, iterate through this messages list, and whatever the message that we have, I'm going to pass on to this message component key. Let's attach in this message id, and the message object, so I'm just passing into this component. Okay, fine. This now the styling of this thing, let's just make this width full flex column, gap of 2, padding x, same, y, the standard thing, overflow, let's in the y direction make this auto, and the scroll bar I want it to be thin, and the scroll bar thumb, make this one as a secondary, and the scroll bar drag, let's have this background thing. Okay, this messages container that we have. So if I just refresh this one, so that's what we are seeing, the username 16 minutes ago and all that component. Since we hard-coded that, we are seeing that, but not the actual message. So let's try to change this one. In here, let's get from here this content, the additional resources, created at, edited, id, and the sender. So here let's use this formatter to show the time info. So use formatter and the date time, new date of the created at, and this now date, so to show the relative info. Okay, so now we have this one. The user avatar, let's pass in the profile image, the sender dot image. Now we should see the image. Yep, that's the image. And after this one, the username, let's try to replace this. I will style to look better. So here the sender dot username, that's the username that we are seeing. And after this format time, format dot relative time, pass in here this date time and now. And here we are going to see in this is like 10 hours ago. And after this, the content which I have this placeholder, let's replace this with the content, and that is like, hi, this is my first message, that's we have. And if there is an additional resources I need to show here, so just below this I'm going to create one component for that, and then I'm just going to create. And for now, let's just remove these things, and this needs to be styled better. So making this as a flex, justify between, and items, let's make this one to be start. And this div, let's make this one as a flex column, gap of 1. And after this, I'm going to add in again this one as a flex, gap of 2, and make this items as a start. Okay, and this div that we have, let's again make this as a column and width fit. So now we should start to see it look better. And after this one, let's make a flex, gap of 1, items, let's center this thing, the username and relative time. Okay, now it's starting to look better. And this text of this, let's make the text color as the primary. And this time section, let's change this one to text muted foreground. Okay, yep, so better, not that good, but it's better. And the additional resource, let's create a simple component for that. Let's name this one as additional resource.tsx, and this is going to be a client component. And the props that I'm going to send in is the file details, so which it's of type the additional resource. So additional resource type, so let's just create the type for this. So Should I create or else just use of this Prisma? That's fine for now. I'm just going to use this additional resource, whatever I have, and now this const the component. So let's try to rename this as additional resource type, so that it doesn't conflict with our component. So additional resource, and now inside this component, let's first get this props, the details of the file. So here the id, this one I need to rename this one to type. And now let me get this id, name this type, and url. So inside this one, just the loading state, the image and the url that we are going to show. So use state, let's have this one true, and this one I'm just going to wrap inside the link component, and inside this one first, let's attach in this href the url, and here if it's a loading, let's try to show this loading component width full, height full, and make this flex, justify center items center, and inside this I'm going to use this loading state component and showcase that. And after this one, inside this div, again let's make this height and width full and flex. If the type it's equals to the additional resource, so the types dot image, then I'm going to wrap inside this image component. So and on load, let's set this one to false, is loading, and this again make this height and width full, and object to be of cover styling. Source I'm going to attach in this url, and alt for now let's leave this as empty text. Width, let's say this one 1600, and height as well 1600, and here if there's no it's a pdf for now, let's show this icon file text. We are going to handle that eventually. Width and height, let's set this to height 8 and 12 from smaller screen onwards. Okay, this is the additional resource, and this styling for this one. And also let's try to open in the new page, and this one width and height I'm just going to restrict it to 44 from smaller screen onwards. More width like 80, and rounded, let's make this smaller. Overflow, let's hide this one. Background, let's make this one secondary. Okay, this one let's change it to height. So this is the additional resource thing, and now I need to show inside this message component. So now I have this one. So basically after this content, where let me just add in here this break words, and below this one the div which I added, let's use this additional resources and try to iterate through this, collect this resources and pass into our additional resource component. and the key the resource.id, and file, let me pass in here the resource details, and this one. So yeah, you can see that is loading the image that I added, and let's make this one flex column, gap of 2 and margin top 2. Okay, fine. So now we are trying to, now at least we are showcasing the resource as well along with the message, and the more horizontal and all, though they are like placeholders, but eventually this is taking a shape, the components of this messages and the container, whatever we have, and the passing the things, and also now going to this new message container. So now we have this state, and I need to update that accordingly whenever we are creating this one into our messages list. So let's first get this session that I want, use session hook, and also the last message id I wanted to keep track of. This is set last message id. Let's initially set this to empty string, and use this message state. Let's get the whole state, and from this I'm going to get in the function add message and delete message, and this one in this mutation function. So why I got this session, so I just wanted to verify here the session dot data. So if we have no session, so I'm just going to return here, and the other details, let's get this user details, session dot data dot user, and this id, let's use this unique id from this here. So let me just import that one v4, and rename this one to unique id version 4 from this unique id dependency. So now here I'm just going to use this unique id and get this thing, and here I can just set the last message id, the value into this, and after this let's prepare this new message object, which should be of type the extended message type, and here let's pass in all of the things, the edited, the false, and the content of this, the message that we have, the additional resources, uploaded files. Then I'm going to set in this uploaded files, else the empty array, the conversation id, it's going to be the chat id, and the created at new date. So, and the sender details id, the user dot id. That's why I use the use session hook to get the details of the user dot image, and user name, user dot username. Okay, and let's make it is not null, and attach in this sender id, the user dot id. So now we have this new message object, and after this one I can just add it to our the messages list and pass in here this new message object, and then it will be updated in our store. So once it is updated, now so let's I can just remove all of this text attachments and all those things, and the body for this one, let me just pass in now this new message, and this should be good. That's the thing that we need. And on error, if there is anything, something went wrong, so I'm just going to delete the message from our messages list in our store. Okay, so for now let's just remove what to do on mutate and all. So this is the change for us to show these messages. And let's say, and let me add in, this is my second message test, and add in some emojis. Okay, and try to send it. Yep, you can see now this message is added, and we are seeing on the UI the second message. That's exactly what we want, and that's exactly what I'm showcasing. So now we just uh, redefine the definition of new message schema and try to maintain the store the messages, and try to update its state whenever we are creating, and display that messages onto messages container and see that in our UI. So, and also the additional resources we just added and showcasing in our container and all. So the next the things, of course, let's try to add in a drop down menu with editing and deleting message options, which we have as of now the icon more horizontal as a option, and also the editing message component needs to be added. So let's add those things that I wanted to create. So inside this messages folder itself, let's create a new component for options that I'm going to show. So this is the options, and make this one as a client side component. The props for this, it's just the callback functions on change edit. We need to update this one, the editing, so boolean, okay, in this void. And in here, these options that I'm going to add in here is the more horizontal button icon as the trigger point, and after that we're going to show edit and delete as the options. So this is the component, and now inside this, let's try to wrap everything inside this drop down menu section. The drop down menu trigger, and as a child, and inside this have this button component and a variant. Let's make this one as a ghost. I'm just going to add this one, and we can see in a screen eventually. So here let's add in this more horizontal icon and this prop. So let me just get this callback function on change edit. Okay, and after this trigger the drop down menu content. Okay, and align, let's set this to end. The drop down menu item, on click, what is it, I'm going to set this one as on change edit to true. So this is the edit option. And cursor, let's make this one of a pointer. And inside this, let's add in this the text as edit message. Okay, and after this one, the one more drop down menu item. In this one text, let's make this one as destructive. This is to delete. And on focus, let's have this background as destructive. Focus, let's have this text color to be a white, cursor to be of a pointer, and inside this let's add in this text as delete message. So this is the options component that I have, and now I can just use this options component inside this. And also I wanted to have the edit message component, so let's create that as well. So here, edit message, and in this one, so This also make as a client side component, and the props that we are going to send for this one is this message id which you want to edit. So, and also the content of the message, and the callback function to update whether we are in the editing state or viewing state. So on change edit, let's just send here this boolean value, this void, fine. And now this export const edit message, and inside this one, so let me just get this props, the content message id on change edit callback function, and let's maintain the local state uh, for our message that we are going to update. So the message, and rename the callback function to update the message, and same thing, the message whatever we have uh, for new message component that I have. So we are going to have pretty much the same thing, the text area size and all, the emoji selector and all those things. So let me just copy this one, and I'm just going to edit this thing. The UI part, I'm just going to edit this accordingly. So this one, upload file button, let's just remove this one. And also the first thing that I wanted to add in here is this text area auto size, and let me just add in here this text area auto size. This styling and all, I'm just going to change to the editing section accordingly. The text area auto size from React text area auto size, and emoji selector, let's import this one, and on select emoji handler, let's copy this one on select emoji handler. So this is the thing, and the emoji, and the set message, I'm just adding it to our messages, appending it to it. And this div, let's just add in margin at the top, and make this flex column gap of 1. And this below div, I'm going to make this flex justify between items, let's center this one, and a gap of 2, padding in the y and x direction, with the full background to be of a popover, rounded, let's make this one medium. Shadow, I'm just going to add in smaller, and this border, I'm adding in this border. Okay, and this value message, and updating placeholder, let's say edit message and action. Okay, and the styling whatever we have, I'm just leaving that as it is. And after this one, let's add in one more block for less than smaller screen. I'm just going to hide this emoji thing. From smaller screen onwards, let's try to show this emoji selector as well. So here same thing, and let's just import this button component, and the smile icon, and this styling I need to do inside our the new messages also. Let's close this one. Here let's add in the width and height as 8, and smaller screen onwards, let's make this as 10. Okay, just the height, and the smile icon as well, let's set in here this width and height 5, and the auto from smaller screen onwards. So I can just copy this one and use the same in here. Okay, fine. And after this one, after this divs, I'm just going to remove this thing, and let's just add in some text. And inside this span, I'm going to have this on click and change this on editor to false. Okay, and this one, let's just style this better, and let's add in the escape. Okay, and after this, the enter and all those things, I'm just going to add some text which it's going to say like, once you're done with the change, click this escape or the enter and all those things. So let me just add in the text placeholder. Okay, so I'm just going to add in like inside this, let's say press the button. So like this is the escape icon, and after this, like text to key to cancel. Okay, and after this, this one, the enter text, and enter to save, just adding in the text like escape to cancel and enter to save and all those things. And this needs to be styled a bit better, so I'm just making this text primary, font to be semi-bold, border transparent, and inline, let's make this one block. On our border color, I wanted to change this to primary. Transition, let's add in this colors, border at the bottom. Okay, and the cursor, let's make this one pointer. So same thing, let me just copy this styling and apply to this div, this span also. And the div that we have this text, let's make this text to be extra small and the text to be muted or foreground. Okay, so almost the edit message component that I want is in place. Now let's go to this message component, and here let's create the reference for our message div, and also maintain the state of is editing or not. So here this message ref, use ref hook, and this is going to be of type for a new element. The initially, let's set this one to none, and is editing state maintenance, is editing set, is editing in use state, set this initially false, and then the functions to change edit mode handler. So to just update the editing local state value, so the edit mode handler editing, I'm going to pass in here this boolean value, set is editing, let's pass in here the prop that we are receiving, the param. Okay, so this is going to help us update that. And now for this main div, let me attach in this reference the message reference, and also let's make this one width as full, and so all of these things, let's just make this one to take a whole width, and here as well I'm just updating this one width full. And after this user avatar, the component where we are trying to display the username and all, so let's try to make this one dynamic. So basically here the width fit I'm going to change depending upon this is editing. So if we are editing width, I'm going to make this one full, else let's have this width fit. Okay, just a small change. And also the content now, I'm going to show if it's editing the content. So whatever we have this one, let's just move into this section, else let's show the I mean it's the vice versa if it's not editing, and else we are going to show this edit message component and passing here this content for this, and this message id which is the id, and on change edit callback function the change edit mode handler is what I'm going to pass in, and this is what we are going to show the edit message component to edit the content of it. And the div where we have this one, now remove this one. If this sender dot id is so basically I wanted to provide the editing option to only the user who has created it. So for this one I need the session user id prop, so let's add in as the prop here session user id, the string, and let me just get this session user id. And now if it's matching this one to session user id, we are going to receive error because I need to pass on the prop, which I'm going to take care. And it's not editing state. Okay, then we are going to show this component. So this one, let's remove this div completely, and inside this I'm going to add in the div okay. What is the issue? Okay, let's just undo this one. Okay, so inside this div is what I'm trying to add in. So the sender dot id, if it's equals to session user id, and it's not in the editing state, editing mode, then we are going to show this component. So let me just close this div, and here the options component which I just created, and the callback function to update the mode, the change edit handler, and let's close this one. So this is what I wanted to pass, so I can just remove this div and replace this. Okay, so this is the change inside this one, and also I wanted to set editing to false when we click on outside of the edit message component. So for that, let me just create a simple hook. We'll fix that passing of a prop, and inside this hooks folder, let's create in here like use on click outside hook. Okay, so this one use on click outside hook, and let's try to extend here. So this is going to be of type extending this HTML element, and now here the reference of this ref object from this React of type T, and also the handler we are going to add in this event. It can be of touch event or mouse event. So let's create this type for this. The mouse event or the touch event. So I can just mention here this event of this type, and this is what it's going to be. And now inside, let me just close this one and try to use this use effect. So, and here I'm just going to add in the listener for this event, and in here when we add in the listener, so let's first get this element, the reference current, and if it is not, and this element contains, so this contains event dot target as node, or this is null, then I'm just going to return from here. Else I'm just going to pass on the event to our function, and let's add in here the event listener things, one for mouse down, and pass in here this listener function, and then this event listener for our touch start, and pass in here this listener, and on unmounting let's just destroy or remove this event listeners. Document dot remove event listeners, the mouse down, the listener thing, and remove event listeners, the touch start, pass in here this listener function. Okay, and this dependency, the ref and the handler. Okay, and here let's pass in here her. Now we don't see an issue. So now I have this hook, and inside this message component, so I can just use this in that one. So basically use on click outside and attach in this message reference, and this callback function, all I'm going to do is set this editing to false. Okay, so I'm just going to show you that, and let's fix this props parsing, the message container. Let's add in here as well the session user ID, which is of type string, and let me just get that session user ID, and I need to pass to this component the session user ID. Okay, and this messages container inside our chart container, I need to update in this one as well. So let me add in here this prop session user ID, which is of type string. Let me get this session user ID, and I'm just going to pass on to this session user ID, and this one needs to be updated in our chart ID page. So here let's pass in the session user ID, which is going to be the session dot user dot ID. Okay, so now let's try to check this one. So this initially I just set this one to false, and also now we have this one option. So you can see, so if I just click on this edit message, we should see this one edit message component. Yep. So this, let me just change in as second edited message test, and on enter we are not saving anything now that I need to handle, but you can just see I'm able to edit, show the edit options component. So on clicking the outside, we should just change the editing mode to just viewing mode. So I clicked outside, now it changed because of this use on click outside component which we just added. So a lot of functionality needs to be added, but we are eventually shaping up of showcasing the messages and adding in the option to edit or delete the message and all those things in the messages section. Okay, and now and also the message store that I created, let's try to maintain the number of so the amount of new messages as well. So I wanted to keep track of this, and let me set this one to 0, then you will understand why I am just adding this one and where is it I'm going to exactly use this. Okay, and also the emoji selector in our new message component as well. Let's try to hide like we did in our editing section. So here let's hide this one by default. Let's make this one what is the error, why did, okay, we should see the messages, why, okay, fine, we are seeing that, that's fine. So the image, it's loading, fine. So that's the change. Placeholders and all, and also this messages, let's remove this, the text to be large and font to be semi bold, it's not like header, so just the change. And even in this edit message as well, let me just remove this text large and font semi bold. So like this, whichever you feel the styling needs to be improved, you can just update that accordingly. Okay, so now let's try to add in the functionality, actual editing functionality, and key down event like on pressing enter. We need to store, update the message into our DB and showcase that updated message, and also the delete handler and all those things. So let's try to create an endpoint to update the message and all those things. So let's focus on that now. So let's create the endpoints first inside our conversations and for deleting and updating. So let's create both of them, and then we will try to use this endpoints to update our message or delete message accordingly. So let's create the new endpoint inside this conversation folder, the update endpoint, and the route.ts and whatever we have for this new message. Let me just take this and use this one, the same session checking, the body, and now we need a schema. So let's just create the schema like we normally do. So this one, the message, new message schema. So let's just rename this file because we are having the schema for editing and deleting also. I'm just going to change this one to message schema as the file name. Okay, so now inside this thing, let's add in for updating. So export const the edit message schema. So this is going to be an object with an id which is of type string, and then this content which it's going to be a string, and same way let's create for deleting as well. So all we need is the message id. So here this delete message schema, this object, and id. And one more thing, so basically whenever we are updating, I wanted to keep track of at what time this is updated at, and we don't have the updated at field in our db, so let's also try to add that as well. And so here first let's export here the delete message schema, which it's going to be a type of delete message schema, and here this edit message schema, this one it's going to be type of this edit message schema. And I wanted to add the updated at field as well to this, so let's just add in here the updated at, and this is going to be of type date, and this is nullable. Okay, and I need to update the schema, so adding in here to the message model. Okay, so in here after this let me just add in this updated at field, the date time, and this one it's going to be of type updated at, and I need to migrate this schema. So npx prisma migrate dev. Okay, so this one again, yeah, so the name for this added updated add to message model, and now we should have this updated. Okay, fine, this migration is applied and we have this updated field, and now it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, and also these two buffers, let me just edit before going to components thing. So in here the for this I'm going to add in few more properties, and first the message to delete. Which message to delete? This one it's going to be of type null or extended message, and the edit message callback function, the message id, so that I need to update the content inside this messages list as well, the message id and this new content. So this is for that, and also updating the message to delete, the callback function. So this is for this, the message to delete, so this can be of type null or the extended message. So let me, now we are seeing the error below because I need to set that initial state. So message to delete, let me set in here this null, and after this one for the edit message, let's get in here this message id and the new content, and using this id I need to update the state. So whatever the state that we have, the updated messages state dot messages list, try to iterate through this thing, and in here find out using this id message.id, it's matching to message id. So in here whatever we have, let's keep it that, and I'm just going to update here this content, and the edited value I'm going to change it to true. Updated at, let's make this one as the new date, and else let's just return whatever the message that we have. And after this thing I'm going to return here the messages as the updated message. Okay, and I need to add in the other function, and we don't see these errors, the set message to delete. Okay, and in here this message is what I wanted to delete. This one, let's update this state, the return section, the message to delete. I'm going to set this one as the message which needs to be deleted. Okay, so I just updated the state of this. Now we are good. So now our focus on the endpoint. Let's finish the endpoints, and this one I'm just going to come back. The endpoint which we have to update, let's import the schema which we created. So on this one it's going to be the edit message schema, and in here let's destructure the content and the id, and after this this condition check, if this content, I'm just going to trim this, and this length is equals to 0, then I'm going to just say wrong data, status quo 401. And after this let's find this user, and await db.user.find unique. We are going to use this session id, session.user.id, and here normal checks. If we don't find this user, let's just respond with the error message that error dot no user api. Okay, and the status score, let's set this one 404. Okay, and then the message, let's try to find await db.message find unique. We are going to use the id that we received to find that one, and again same thing, if we don't have a message we are going to throw an error saying that no message. This one let's just change to no message, and same 404. And after this one let's try to update the entry in our message table, await db.message update, where the id is message.id, and this data, the content whatever it is and edited, I'm going to change this one to true. So this is what I wanted to update inside this one, and let's just remove all of these things, new message and all everything, and we are going to return the status 200 with the message okay, fine. So let's just remove the unwanted thing. So same way, let me just create new endpoint for deleting the message. So delete message, and let's create a route. Okay, so this one, let's whatever I just had for updating, let's just copy this one and use this thing, and let's try to edit this one. Same thing, session no, and here instead of this one it's going to be the delete message schema, and let's just get this id from this thing, and we'll remove this check thing, find this user, and if you don't have no user, and this finding this user, and this one all I'm going to do is call in this delete, and where we are going to find in pass in this id, and let's remove this data block, and yeah, this is the delete message endpoint, and also now this new message endpoint this data code. If we don't have a chart, I am sending in here as a 200. I'm just changing this to 404. Okay, and the endpoints that we want are in place. Now I need to consume this one inside these components. So first let's go to this edit message, and here I want the complete message info, not just the id. So let's change this one to extended message type. Okay, and let's change this one to message info. So let's not worry about the errors in the other components and the props that we are passing in. So here is the place that I need to consume that endpoint. So as usual, let's get these messages, use translations, the messages that I have, and then use toast to show the error messages if there are any while we are trying to edit the message. And so in here, and also let's get the store functions which we added related to edit section. So here this state, I'm just getting all of this the edit message. Let's rename this to update the client messages. Yep, so this store we are maintaining to show in our UI, and then set message to delete. So here now they use mutation. Let me here the mutate function, this is going to be the edit message. I'm just renaming this one. Now this mutation function asynchronous call, let's prepare here this edit message object, like editor message. This should be of type edit message schema, the id which it's going to be message info.id, and this content which is the message value. And here now I'm going to make a call to this endpoint and pass in the data conversation slash update, and this is the object, the edited message. And after this, in the on error callback, let's try to throw the error if there is any error. Const error dot response dot data, error dot response dot data, and or else the default error message is what I'm going to throw in our toast message. And here I'm going to again update our client messages, the message info.id and this content, and then we are going to show this toast message. The title, it's going to be the m of error, and the variant, let's make this one to be destructive. And after this on mutate thing, I'm just going to update our client messages, same thing, pass in here this message id and the content. So here this one, it's going to be the message, and change this toggle editing mode, and we are going to set this one to false. In the mutation key for this one, let's have this name as edit message, and here I'm going to pass in here message info.id. So now we have this function to make a call to update the message in our TP and all, and also let's add in a hook to handle the on enter event like we just added for the on click outside. So let me just copy this one and create a new hook. Let's name this one as use on key down event. So basically just the event listener to key down event, and accordingly that is this. So let me just change this one to use on key down function, and I don't think I need this thing, and here I can just change this one to be of keyboard event. Okay, and this listener, this one, let's change this one to keyboard event, and if we have this I think yeah, the same thing, and here let's change this one to key down, and okay, and let's remove these things, and even this one, and change this one to key down. Okay, fine. So even if you wanted to make this one simpler, you can just do it in this way, like if the reference whatever we are receiving, we have this one only, then you're going to call this handler of event, either way whatever it is. So this is use on click, use on key down thing. So let's go to our edit message component where we are trying to handle. So now whatever on the hook that I created, I'm going to use inside this one. So use on key down, and for this let's create one text area reference. So because I need for me to pass into that, use this use reference, the HTML or text area element. By default let's set this one to null, and this one should be updated inside this use effect as soon as we mount this component. So let's add in that reference for that. If text area reference dot current, so the text area current dot call this focus function, and also I'm going to set in the selection start to this text area reference current dot selection end to this message whatever we have this length. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. And now inside this on key down, let's pass in here our reference, and the callback function to handle this one. If the text area reference current we have in the DOM, and this event dot key it's equals to enter, then I'm going to handle this one, and also I'm going to check if we don't have the shift key. And now if the message dot trim length is greater than 0, and also the message trim, just the check if this is not equals to the whatever the content that we have, then I'm just going to call this edit message API call, else just toggle this edit mode. Okay, so that we don't have to make unnecessary API calls. And here let's try to prevent this default event, and I'm going to set the message to delete here from this messages array. And on change edit, let's change the edit mode to normal view mode. And after this, I'm going to get this element by id trigger delete. So I'm just going to create this one, and trigger click event on this. The id I'm going to attach in, and then this makes sense. Okay, but this is the logic that we are going to handle. And if the text area reference dot current and the event dot key is escape, so all I'm going to do is change this toggle mode. On change edit, set this one to false. Okay, this is what on key down that we are going to handle. And now I need to attach the reference for our text area reference. So in here, let's attach the reference, the text area reference that we just created above. And also I can just remove this placeholder because we have the value that needs to be showcased. And the enter span that we have, we need to handle in here this click event and all those things. So on click in here, if the message dot trim dot length is greater than 0, then I'm going to call this edit message. Else, so in the else block, set message to delete the message info, and toggle this one on change edit, this false. And also document dot get element by id trigger delete, and trigger this click event on that element id. Okay, so this needs to be changed, and whatever we have, let's keep as it is. Okay, so now we just added in the functionality to edit a message and the calls to the APIs and all those things. I'm going to show this in a while and how we are going to handle. So for deleting also, let's try to create the new component. Okay, so let me just create like we created for our edit a message. I'm going to create in here for this new component delete message. So basically that I'm going to wrap inside the alert dialog and show that this action cannot be done and all, just taking the double confirmation from the user and then delete. Okay, that should be that component. And for me to have this component, let me add in this alert dialog component, alert dialog component. So let's use this legacy pair dependencies. Okay, so the component is added. So now let's just wrap this text whatever I just mentioned inside this alert dialog component. This is going to be a client side component, and this delete message component, delete message. And as usual, so whatever I just added for the edit message, let's copy this whole thing, and I'm just going to change this one accordingly. So the messages and the toast is what we need. So let me just import this translations and the toast. Okay, and after this the use the emoji, let's remove this one, the use message. So let's import this use message thing from our store, and in here not related to edit, so let's remove this one, the message to delete and the delete message. Let's rename this one as delete client message, and the add message thing, set message to delete callback function. Okay, so this is the state that I need, and now let's import this use mutation, and in this mutation function, so if the no message to delete, so I'm just going to return else. Let's prepare here this delete message object, delete message, and this schema, it's going to be of delete message schema, and all I need is the ID, and this one it's going to be message to delete ID. So I can just remove this edit schema which I just imported. So after this, let's import this Axios. Let me just import Axios. Okay, and the endpoint needs to change this one, it's going to be delete message, and this one it's going to be the delete message that I'm going to pass in. And after this I'm going to set the message to delete is to null. Okay, and in on error, so let's import this Axios error, so let's collect that, and if there is no message to delete, I'm just going to return else. Let's add in here message to delete to this one, and let's remove this updating, and the toast message is what I'm going to show, and here let's update this one to null, message to delete. And in the on mutate section again, let's try to handle if there's no message to delete, let's return else. Here let's try to handle this delete client message and pass in here this ID. So this is what we'll be removing from our messages list to store. And this mutation key, let's change this one to delete message, and here this one message to delete dot id is the thing. So now we have this call to our endpoint. So now the component rendering part, let's try to wrap this one inside this alert dialog component, and the alert dialog trigger as a child. So I'm just adding in here the small button, and let's try to hide this one, and ID, this is what I'm going to attach in here, the trigger delete, and this is what we are going to trigger the click event for deleting. Okay, so after this one, the alert dialog content, so inside this let's add in the alert dialog header. So the alert dialog title, now dialog title, and here I'm just going to ask in like, are you absolutely sure, something like this, confirmation. And after this let's add in the alert dialog description, so something like this action cannot be undone, and okay, so permanently delete your account and remove your something like this. I'm just adding like data from our servers. Okay, so this is the text that I've added. Later when we localize, we're going to change. And after this header, let's add in the footer alert dialog footer component, and here the option to cancel alert dialog cancel, and on click I'm just going to update this message to delete to null, and the text of this it's going to be cancel. And after this, the action alert dialog action component, and on click let me call this delete message, and here I'm just going to continue here. In this delete a message, I'm just going to rename this one the edit message to delete message. Okay, the endpoint call, and yep. So what is this error? The delete message use mutation. We are just returning this one. Fine, there is a type issue in here. That's fine, so let's ignore this type issue that I have for now, and we have this delete message component created, and also the edit message component also updated. So now just going to this message component, a lot of things needs to be done, and also let's quickly create a small component to show the edited badge. Let's say if the message is edited and I wanted to indicate that this is edited, so for that also let's just create, I know I'm just creating now standalone components, and just after a while we are going to integrate all of this and see this one in UI, so no hurries. So this one, the client component, the props updated at it's going to be of type date. This, let's name this one as edited badge. So I'm just getting this updated at props, and inside this one the format pretty use formatter, the relative time, date time. So let's just use this updated at now new date object. Okay, so let's try to wrap this one inside the hover card component, and open delay milliseconds and close delay, let's pass in here 250, and this hover card trigger component, and here I'm just going to add in this simple span, and let's have this text size to be like 0.6 rems text. Let's make this one muted foreground, and here in bracket let's add in this as the edited. Okay, and that's the trigger, and this content hover card content section and align, let's center this one, and this side of this let's have this top, and this span I'm going to show this time, the relative time, pass in here this date time, and now yep, so this is the edited batch component. So now let's go to our message component. Inside this component now, okay, so let's try to create a reference to okay, let's show this accordingly here, and let's make this one as a flex wrap. Now this is where exactly we need to change is editing thing. So whatever I just added, this one, let's try to wrap inside this div flex wrap gap of 1 items. I'm just going to align this at the end, and let me move this one inside this div. Okay, this is the content, and after this, if there is edited, then we need to show this the component which we just created, edited batch, and pass in here this updated at the updated at, let me get this values, updated at, and I'm just going to pass in here this updated at, and I'm just going to set this as not null, and that is the thing. And here, instead of this message id, I now change it to message info. So let me pass in here this complete message. So for us to create this one, let's just remove this thing, and here let's try to destructure from message here this values. Let's remove this brackets. Okay, so that's the change, and here I can just pass in now the message object to our edit message component, and we shouldn't receive any errors. And also the options content as well, I'm just going to pass in here this message object for this, and I need to update this options component. So let's just navigate to this and add in this additional prop, this message which is of type the extended message, and let's get this message, and here I'm going to use this state to get me the set message to delete. So this is where I need to update that one. So set message to delete, so this one exactly in our delete drop down menu item. So in on click, I need to update this set message to delete as this to this object, and also now I need to get element by id this trigger delete, and I need to trigger this click event on that. Okay, so that's the small change, and now here whatever the issue to this message, it should be fixed for our the options component. And this delete message component, I wanted to have inside this messages container. So just below this one, let's import this delete message component. Okay, fine. So we're almost there to edit and delete in the endpoints, whatever the place it needs to be in. I've just added all of the code into respective components, and also a small change inside this additional resource component. So I wanted to just show the icon for external link and all. So here, and also the loading and all. I need to change this one. So let's make use of the state variable that we just created. So in here, duration, let's set for a second and make this one relative, and if it's loading, I'm going to have this animate pulse. Else let's assign this one the group styling for this, and I can just remove this loading state, whichever I just add in here, and add in directly to that styling. And here inside this div, I'm just going to add in this external link icon. Color, let's make this one as white, and size, let's say 80. Okay, and this one, add in this opacity of 0, and like I said, it's a group hover, so opacity, let's set this one back to 100 and make this one as absolute. Top 0, left 0, so I want it to be top left. Width full, height full, z index 20. Backdrop, let's add in this blur small effect and the flex, justify center, and also the items center, transitions opacity, and for the duration of, like, let's say 300, padding of 4. I think this should look good. So this is the change, the component that you're seeing. So if I can just show that while we are loading, and this one make, on hover, the scale effect, like let's say 110, and the transition transform, and duration, let's say 300. Okay, so this is the thing. So if I just hover here, so that's what, on hover we have this link and background black and the external link icon which I just added. So that's the better user experience styling and all that I did add. So now the thing I need to check, and also in this new message container, of course we're going to receive an error, and here this updated at, I'm going to set this one to null. Okay, and now we shouldn't see any issues. And this delete message, let's ignore that error. So now let's try to test this. So let me try to edit this one. So this is my second message test, edited text that I added, and just pressing the enter, you can see now it is edited, and the edit badge which is we are showcasing now, and this needs to be updated in our messages as well. So if I just refresh this one, the message thing, so yep, you can see this is my second message test edited, so it's working. And same thing, let's say if I wanted to delete this one, so it triggered alert dialog, and now if I just click on cancel, it should not delete and it should close. And if I click on delete, continue, it should trigger this endpoint, and the message that we saw created, it's gone. So if I refresh this one, yep, the message, so the endpoints basically, now this is my new message again, and add in this emojis, some emoji I'm just adding in thing. So here we should now, yeah, message is created, and that should be good. So everything is working fine. And this one, let me add in here to ignore this error that we are seeing. Okay, here let me just mention this as any, and remove this one. Okay, fine. Yeah, just the typing issues, mm, I'm not much concerned about that. So now we have successfully added the editing message functionality, and also the delete message functionality, and we did add in the key down event to edit message input and all this thing. So it's looking good. And let's try to add in a the sorting option to our messages store. Like I wanted to see from the latest updated to the oldest, or oldest to latest and all. So for me to handle that one, let's create a new function inside this message. So I'm just going to add in here, like, let's say resort messages, uh, void. Okay, and here, so what I meant was, once we updated it, just showed as the second message, but that should be recent and all those things. So that is for that. So here this are a sort of messages, and here the state whatever we have, and inside this the messages thing, let's try to sort this one. So let's try to sort these messages by created at new date of b dot created at get this time a dot created at get time. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to call in here this reverse function on this. So this is resorting the messages, and this one uh, in our, whenever we are deleting the message component, I just need to use this one inside this delete. After adding this message uh, in this error, let me call this let's the resort messages. So I'm just going to resort this messages function. Okay, just simple function to resort the messages according the created at time. So I'm not going to show that, so it is simple functionality. Okay, and also the PDF files, though we don't have any, so that one, so let's at least show the file name. So inside this additional resources, we, as of now, I just added this file text icon. Let's remove this one and create a div, and inside this one let's show this icon alongside the file name. Okay, the break words, and here let me just add in this name, and this div, let's make this flex column, justify center items, let me center this one, and width full, height full, and gap of 1. Okay, so as of now we are just going to show the name and the icon. Let's see what needs to be done and all. And this loading as well, we need to do additional checking here. So basically, if this type it's equals to additional resource type dot image, and it's loading, only then I need to show this animate pulse, else no need to show that. Okay, this small change to this the additional resource component, and now, so whenever I wanted to edit here, I wanted to have an option to edit the emoji as well, not just the message. So let's try to make the emoji selector work in the edit section as well. So as of now we don't have an option for that, so let me just try to make the emoji selector work in our edit message as well. So we do have the emoji selector here. So what I meant is like just having the ID assigned for this thing, so for better handling. So for that, the edit message component, so I'm just going to, for this emoji selector, let's pass in the ID for this, the edit message emoji selector. Okay, and we are receiving an error. That's because I need to add in here this ID prop for that. So let me just add in the ID and make this one as optional, and also let me just add in the optional on open change callback function as well as an optional. So this one I'm just going to add in, and this ID, let's for now get this ID, and for this drop down menu I'm just for the trigger that we have, I'm just going to attach in here this ID for this. Okay, so that's the change, and now we shouldn't see an issue in this edit message component. So once I added this edit message, now in the message component, so in here the message reference, let's change this type to be null. In the use on click outside that we have, let me remove this thing. So get the emoji button, so emoji button using this ID document dot get element by ID. The ID that we added is edit message emoji selector. Okay, and the data state value, this one, the emoji button, try to get this attribute of data state. Okay, so if data state value it's not equals to open, so let's set this editing to false. Okay, fine. So just update, so if only this data state is not equals to open, then I'm going to close it. So basically what we're trying to say, let's say if the emoji it's open and we click on outside, it was closing. So now I'm just handling that if emoji is open, and only if it's not open we are just closing this. So that's the small fix in here. And also this delete message, whatever I just added this one as any, so let's try to call it in this way, the delete message, and now hopefully we should not see any issues. Okay, so this is the small change. And also the new message area text area also, I wanted to fix this a bit better, a better way of handling. So this new message container, let's I mean the enter and all those things, so let's again create in a reference here. So I'm just adding sorry, inside this new messages container, let's add in this text area reference like we just did in our editing section. Text area reference, they use ref, and this is going to be of type the text area element or null. So let me set initial this one to null. And so basically what I wanted to do is, let's try to add in the use on click outside thing, the text on click outside, the text area reference, the event, and here if text area reference dot current dot id, it's equals to, I'm just going to attach in this id new message text area, and the event key it's equals to enter. Then again I'm just going to check if this shift key is not selected, and this message let's check again this length by trimming this length, it's greater than 0. Then I'm going to call this new message function, just the handling what is the issue, use on click outside this event. Okay, this one, let's change this definition. That's why we are just going for the mouse event. I'm just going to change, and now this text area auto size component that I have, let me attach in here this on key down functionality as well, on enter as well. We are going to create a new message, and here if e dot key it's equals to enter. So let's just prevent this default, and we are anyhow triggering that thing, and autofocus, and attach in this id, which let's name this one as new message text area. So that's this thing, and attaching, and finally this reference text area reference. So for this component, and also this button, I want it to be disabled if the message, let's try to trim this, and the length of this it's equals to 0. So let's not enable this button. So this is the change, and now in the hook inside this use on key down thing. Okay, did I just a small change, I completely so this one should be use on key down. Okay, sorry for the confusion. So let's just remove this one, and inside this use on key down, and I'm going to do small check here if, and also the reference dot current dot contains this one document dot active element. So just small addition check. Now we should be able to create a new message on pressing the enter as well, and that's the thing that I just handled. And also if we go on adding a lot of changes and all, it keeps on growing. And let's just make this break all, not just words. Okay, and even in this additional resource, let's add in this break all. So let's test this now. So this one, I am creating new message by clicking enter. Okay, and here let's search for key something like this, and now I'm just pressing enter. Now we have just created the message, and we have this the thing, and even this editing message. So if I open this one, and I we have this one, and edit this one, and let's say enter, and this is one edited. Okay, so we are trying to fix all of these things. I know there might be still a lot of issues and the things that needs to be changed, and where our efforts are needed, but that's fine. So I think this is taking a good shape, And the next thing, the focus that I wanted to shift towards is making the chart real time. Okay, so even when other users is adding whoever is part of this workspace, we need to show that messages to them and all those things. So let's try to use Supabase real time and enable this real time on our messages table, and let's see how this is going to work. So now we need to make the message table that we have. I need to enable real time on that table. So to enable the real time, for that let's go to the docs and search for the real time. Let's go to this real-time overview section. So here you can see here, to enable real-time on a particular table, this is what we need to do. Instead of this to-dos, I'm going to run this query on our message table. So let's go to a Supabase, open in here the SQL, and inside this one, instead of this, let's add in our message table. Okay, so let's try running on this. Yep, so now we ran this one, and this should be enabled on our message table. So you can just check in here. In here I'm going to create a new channel and all those things. So now I've just enabled that one. So let me try to create a channel for that. So let's do one thing. Inside our messages container. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, in here let's create the notification local state, and the callback function to update that, and initially let's set this one to 0, and let's get the message state that we have. So I'm just collecting this thing, and now inside this let's get the messages and initial messages loading, add message functions, edit message, and delete message, basically all the functions that we have. Okay, I just already have this one, so I'm just adding in this. Let's move this one to the top because I am referring to this before declaration. Sorry, my bad. And now in here, inside this use affected thing, let's try to create the Supabase client. So I can just use in here the Supabase from the library that we have. Okay, so I'm just adding in this from the library which we prepared, and once I have this client, now what I can do is, let's try to handle this add message asynchronous, and here this payload, it's going to be of type real time Postgres insert payload from this thing, and now inside this is going to be a key of string and the any, and here inside this. Now let's check for the session user id. So if the session user id is not equals to new payload.new sender id, and then inside this try catch block, let's try to create the new message by passing in this message id. So for us to create that one, we don't have the endpoint, so let's for now comment this one, and let me just quickly create the endpoint for that. So inside this conversations, in the get section, the new route, new message, the route that I wanted to create. Okay, so what I'm going to do in here, the new message, the route that I have, let's create inside this get folder new message, and this is one. Let's create the route.ts, and this is get thing. So let me just copy this one, and inside this thing I'm going to pass in here this message id. In this one, let me add in here this message id and remove other things, and here let's just check for this message id. So if there's no message id, wrong data. And now here the message thing, let's try to find unique, and then passing in here this id, which is message id, and include the additional resource. I'm going to select an id, name, type, and also let's select this message, and sender details, select id, username, message. Let's just keep that one. And after this, let's remove this order by, take, and all those things. And after this one, if there is no message, I'm just going to throw in here this as errors dot no message, and if then finally let's just return this message, and status code is 200. Now we have this endpoint, so let's just go back to our messages container, and inside this one, let's try to uncomment this thing. Let's minimize this part, and here use this, and let me get this data and the status, the axios, the get endpoint, and I'm going to get in here the extended message. The endpoint is pass in here this domain. Okay, this domain slash API slash conversation slash get slash new message, and here this query param, the message id that I'm going to pass in. And this one, it's going to be the payload dot new dot id. Okay, so once I get this data on status, if we have this data, let's try to add in into this message list that we have, and the scrolling container, I'm going to get this current, and if this scroll container dot scroll top is less than scroll container dot scroll height minus scroll container dot client height minus 10, then I'm going to set in the notification whatever we have by increment this one by 1. Okay, and now here this catch block, if we have error, so now for now let's try to console this error. Okay, and that's for adding the messages, and below this now let's create handling the update message, and the same thing, the payload, it's going to be now real time Postgres update payload, and the object of key, which is going to be a string any, and after this one, let's, if the session user id it's not equals to payload dot new dot sender id, so the edit message, I'm going to pass in this payload new id, and this payload dot new dot content. Okay, so this is handling the update message, and let's just copy this one. So I'm just going to handle now this delete message, so let's rename this one to delete message, and this one should be delete payload. So I'm just changing this one to delete payload, and for the delete section, so let's remove this one. Let's first check if the message exists. So if this one, we can just check by getting this message and checking this one with payload dot whole dot id. So if message exists, so we are going to delete this message, so payload dot old dot id. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And now I'm just going to create in here this channel, use this Supabase client that we have, and in the channel, let's name this one with the unique chart id. So, and in here, let's add in this subscribers. So on the Postgres changes, the event, so on which event we are going to, so this one, it's going to be on insert, and the schema is the public, and the table, it's our message table, and what are we going to pass in? The handle add message. So same way, let's add in the subscribers, I mean the listeners on the update as well as delete. So let me just copy this thing. So in here, I'm going to add in the same things and change this one to update, and also this function, it's going to be handle update message, and this one change it to delete. This needs to be delete message function. Okay, and after this, let's call this subscribe, and in on unmounting, let's try to channel dot unsubscribe. Okay, so this is the code to listen onto the changes on our message table, the insert, update, and delete, and this one needs to be called on change of this chart id, the messages, and then the session user id. And also let's create in here handle on scroll function. So this one, I just wanted to handle the scrolling of this scrolling container, the scroll ref dot current, and here if scroll container, so let's just capture we are scrolling or not. So is scroll, the scroll container dot scroll top if less than the scroll container dot scroll height minus scroll container dot client height minus 10. Then I'm going to capture this is like scroll, and after this, the state variable that we have set user scroll, we are going to update this accordingly. And same thing now, if the scroll container dot scroll top is equals to scroll container dot scroll height minus scroll container dot the client height. Then I'm going to set this notification back to 0. Okay, so that is the thing, and let's for now console in here the notification. Okay, and let's attach in here on scroll the handle on scroll function for this one. So going to this, so I've just invited the other user. You can see here this guy is also active, so I have it opened in the other window. So this one, let's try to check this once. So if I'm just let me just try to test this. The group chat, I'm new user. Okay, yep, you can see there I'm new user, the message which I just typed. So this is the real chat. So now instantly whoever are part of this workspace and messages us, we are going to see those messages here. And let's see now. So I just enter, I'm entering this message to test. So I'm going to show you this in our Supabase as well. So if I just enter this one and go to this real-time inspector, and if I just refresh, so let's start listening here. This our channel is chat, and the ID of this is what the ID it's going to be. So in here, go to the real-time section and the inspector, and the channel ID, this is the ID. So start listening to this channel. So now, so let's try to test in here, testing broadcasting of messages. So clicking here. Now if I just go to this one, I should see the message. What happened? Okay, what's this ID? 1 second. So to just show you this one better, let's try to join this channel. Okay, and let me just show you this one a better way. So, and I'm just bringing up the one more chart here. Okay, so let's say hi. Okay, 1 second. So I can just directly show in here multi the things. Okay, let's say in here hi. You can see now the other side, the hi, and let me type in here hello, and this side. What happened? Ideally we should see this one, this listening. Okay, so let me just go back to this here, what it is. Okay, and let's enable this real time, and let's go to the inspector, and this one, the chart, the ID that I have. Okay, let's try to refresh this both sides. That's because of that, that's the that might be the case. So I'm just trying to test this out in here. Again, let's add in here, I'm testing. Okay, this for real time on this one. Let's go to this policies. This messages real time is on, so let's try to join this chat channel that I have. This is the ID. I'm listening. What happened? Wait, let me just check. Just now I checked this. Okay, so here you can see now. So let's say I enter here, I am testing, and I should see here this message. You can see the listening, and also let's type in it's working, and we should see a new entry. So let me just open here this thing. Let's try in here. So let's try to add in here hello. You can see now on the right hand side it's reflecting, and here yes, I am receiving instantly. So now we should see on the left hand side. Yep, so real time whatever we just added, that's what I just wanted to add in. Let's say wow, something like this. Okay, now let's continue something like this, and I should see here let's continue. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show, and in this Supabase, and that's what I just enabled here. Now I'm just going to stop listen here. Okay, so whatever I just wanted to show. So a quick note here, sometimes you might see an errors of connecting to Supabase. There's an internal bug inside them, so just sometimes if it occurs, wait for some time and try to restart and do that thing. So if you wanted to see if you're encountering any errors, so I would say just go to logs and see if you're seeing any issues inside the real time and all. So you can see here it is connected, and that's why we are seeing. So sometimes if you see errors like this, you will not see the real time messages that we have seen. So this is what I wanted to show. So now it's working clear. Let's move this one and bring the code, and let's continue building the part. So this one, let's try to continue developing whatever I just wanted to show, the real-time messages and all. It's working. So after this one, let's focus on continuing further. So I wanted to pull in Supabase types to inside our local section. So to pull the types, so just refer this CLI documentation. So to have, first you need to have the Supabase. So install this just by following their documentations. So once you have the Supabase CLI installed, so here you have this param. So the language, it's here, it is the TypeScript. Okay, and the project ID we need to specify here. So this project ID, let's pass in our project ID. So this is the project ID. So let me just copy this ID that we have. So I'm just going to specify here. So this is the project ID, and after this where it you which is schema. So our schema public, and I want it to be in the types folder, and inside this types folder I want it to be in supabase.ts. so let's okay, what is the issue? The language, TypeScript, and the project ID, the schema, the public, and I'm just asking it to unknown flag language. Okay, so going in here, it's a strange because the language flag, try this again. Okay, so let's there is an issue. Okay, so let's try to log in first. Okay, fine. So this it's going to help us navigate to this URL. So I'm just okay, so this is the link, so I'm just copying this one. Let's something went wrong. Okay, logging in, opening this, okay, and here I just wanted to log in using this. Okay, let's enter this 1F 5F F98, so I can just copy this one. Okay, so that's what we have. The flag that I have is language. Okay, I'm strange. So ideally this should work. The TypeScript that I have. So let me just double check this one. Okay, this is not working. So what I did, I just removed this language key and provided in here TypeScript. So now the issue is we need to log in. So for us to log in, I can do it either in using authenticating the browser or providing in the token. Let's do by the token. So to get the tokens, just navigate to dashboard account tokens, and here I'm going to generate new token. Let's say in here the super productive, the name. Okay, I have generated. Anyhow, I'm just going to delete this one eventually. So after this, and let me just go to this, and here to log in, all you need to do is provide in here Supabase login, the token and the string that I'm going to paste in here, and now you are now logged in. And now let's try to generate these types. So let's try to collapse this, and inside this types folder we should I already this types file, so we should see the types of our DB created. Yep, so these are the types that we have now. So I have pulled in this type, so I can just minimize this one. Okay, these are the types. So now once I pulled this DB types, what I'm going to do, so the client side which we have in this library folder, this supabase.ts, let's mention here this types here. This, now I can import the database. So this one, let's import in here this database from our types. Okay, that's what I just mentioned. Okay, this is not database. So now on the types of a DB we can easily access, and we should not see any errors like any with respect to types. So let's try to move the scrolling down to messages component to new component. So I'm just going to create inside this components folder the chat sections messages folder. Let's create the new component, scroll down component, scroll down dot tsx. Okay, and in here the props that I'm going to pass in the notifications and the number. Okay, and on scroll down the callback to update this scroll down, and this one, let's create this component, scroll down, and let's destructure in here this props, and let me just close this component, the notifications, and on scroll down callback function. And now inside this, let's try to wrap inside this div and make this one as absolute width full left, let's say half of this, and bottom let's have this 16, and smaller screen, more bottom thing, and translate in the x direction by minus 50% and give this student index 30. Okay, now inside this div, if the notifications is greater than 0, then we will try to show this div and add in here the on click where we have this callback on scroll down, and for this width let's have the 36 and margin in the x direction to be auto, and background let's make this one as a primary, padding same just the common thing, and rounded let's make this medium, and cursor to be pointer. Inside this one I'm going to show the header text, the notifications, and this many number of like new messages or something like this. Okay, and let's close this div, and inside this one, now the other div, let's also close this div. Okay, and here just will have the again on click the scroll down, on scroll down, and for this the content of this, it's going to be arrow down icon, and the icon, so let's have this item width as 8, and a smaller screen onwards, let's say 10, and so bg primary, let's make this circle, rounded full, justify center, and even the items, let's center this one, flex margin in the x direction auto, and add in this border. I'm just going to show this component in a while, and the cursor pointer, however let's have the scale effect like we just added for the image transition, let's add in all and text color to be white. Okay, so this is the scroll down component, and now this one what I'm going to do, so going to this messages container. After this delete message, let me add in here user scrolled, and here for this one I'm going to use this scroll down component. And the notifications, let's pass in here the notifications which I'm going to add in, and the callback function here as well. Let me create this callback functions. So the callback function for this one, so let's just create in here scroll down, and inside this let's just set this notifications. So let's just make this one whatever the local variable that we have for notifications is a plural. So yep, notifications. Now I need to change in here and here as well. Okay, fine. So in now this one, the set notifications, let's set this to 0, and the scroll reference that we have, whatever the current dot scroll to, so I'm just going to scroll to that latest message, scroll reference dot current dot scroll height, and the behavior, let's make this one as smooth. Okay, so this is small change, so I just added in this component, the scroll down component which we just created. And now, so basically if I just go in here and open any of our chat, if there is any new messages, so I should be so you can see now the scroll down icon that we have, the component, and clicking on this, it should redirect us to, I mean, on scroll down. So this user scrolled okay, this one should ideally scroll to the scroll height, whatever the reference that I attached. Here we are calling this scroll down callback function. That's fine. So but this is what I just wanted to show. So clicking on this, it should just take us to the latest message thing. And after this one, let's try to add a pagination to our chat section, so we doesn't want to see this many messages at the same time. So for us to include this pagination, the route whichever we have, the initial messages route, so let me just open the conversation, get initial messages. Okay, inside this, now alongside the chat ID, let's get this page as well. So URL search params dot get the page query param, and also the amount of new messages. So that's why we added this one in our DB as well. So search params dot get amount of new messages. Now once I get this one, so let's try to parse this thing. Const page value. So I'm just going to parse this one. So whatever the page that we have, let's try to convert this into int, and also the amount of new messages value, let's parse int and pass in here this amount of new messages. Else I'm just going to pass in here the string and the skip value, the messages limit that we have, and I'm going to multiply this one with the page value -1 plus the amount of new messages value. Okay, so this one, now all I need to do is add in here the skip. If the skip value is greater than or equals to 0, let's add in here the skip value, or else 0. Okay, so that's the change. And now going to the messages container, so let's just create a simple button kind of which says like load more messages thing. So what happened? And then, okay, fine. So now inside this messages folder, let's create a simple new component called load more messages.tsx, and here I'm just going to quickly make a simple component. Let's make this one as a client side component, and the props for this, of course, the chart ID and session ID is what we need as a query param to be sent. So here this session ID, and now this component load more messages, and inside this one, so let's get this props, this one, the chat ID and the session user ID, and here let's try to make a call to our endpoint, and also so for us to know whether we have the new next page and all those things. So let's try to maintain a state in the property in our store messages. So I'm just going to add in here whatever the page that we have. Let's try to rename this one the next page. Okay, so here let's change this one to next page, and let's say the next page is going to be 2, because by default adding in the first page details. In this one it's going to be state.next page, and whenever we are adding new messages alongside this, the amount of the new messages, so the amount of new messages, let me update this one, the amount so here the amount of new messages as well, let me add in here the amount of new messages, and this is going to be of type number, and initially let me set this one to 0. What is the issue? Okay, I already have that. Okay, so now the amount of new messages, I didn't declare the definition, so I just added that one, and we are going to increase this one by 1, and even here in the delete section I need to update this amount of new messages, state dot amount of new messages, so we need to decrease by 1. So here just the state update, and now into this component where we are trying to load more messages. I'm just going to get those properties, the next page and amount of new messages, and the function to update our messages. And since we are talking to our endpoint, let's add in our messages translations, and the is loading and the set is loading use state. Initially let's have this false value inside this, and the toast, let's have the toast here, and the use message hook. From here I need the next page and also the set messages and amount of new messages and set messages. Okay, so this one, so let's try to create in a function get more messages. I'm just going to straight away make a call to the endpoint. So set is loading to true, and inside this, in the try catch block, catch error, let's see what we can do inside that. And here let directly collect this data. This is going to be get endpoint, and we are going to expect the extended message array, and the endpoint is the domain. So let's import this one slash API, the conversation get, and the endpoint is initial messages. If you wanted to rename this one to like messages, so it makes sense, you can just change that, but I'm just leaving that as it is. And here now pass in the query params, user ID, which is session user ID, and the chat ID. So the query param here we have the chat ID, and after this the page. So here I'm going to pass in the next page, and then the amount of new messages, and here I'm going to send in this amount of new messages value. So this is the call to our endpoint. And after this, if I have this data, so let's just update the messages, the data dot reverse. Okay, I'm just updating this to the messages thing, and if there is any error, so let's just try to show the toast message title error of fetching the messages or something like this, and variant let's add in later. I'll just localize this, later we'll add in a proper text. And after this one we are going to set this is loading back to false, and this needs to be triggered on button click. So let's try to wrap this one inside this button. So here I'm just going to add in here this width flex, justify center margin in the y direction, and add in here this button component. Again let's make this one flex, justify center items, let's center this one, and on click in here we are just going to call in the above function get more messages, and this will be disabled if it's loading. And the size of this, let's make this one to be smaller, and variant I want it to be of ghost. Fine. And here if it's loading, let's have this loading state component which we prepared to show the loader, else the text of this, it's going to be a load more. So this is the text of the button, so this is the component. And now I'm just going to use this one inside our message container. So inside this one, first let's get from here, do we have a more? So and after this where exactly I need to add in is, let's go to this messages that we are displaying, and here So let's display that as more. So then we are going to show this component load more messages and pass in here this chat ID and the session user ID. Okay, fine. So you can see we have this load more. So let me just try to refresh this one. Okay, so we are showing this one in the as more is true. So let's say if I click on this one, load more, so it's going to load as the more info. Okay, error fetching. Okay, load more messages. Yeah, I added in here this slash at the beginning, so I just removed that. Let's try to call this again. Okay, you can see now we got this load more previous messages and all. We are populating and all. So that was that component to load in more messages. And the resource that we have, the additional resource, the text of this, just let me make this one center. Text, let's make in center and also extra small. If it's a smaller screen, make this one as larger and make this one as a base. Okay, just a small styling change to our function. Yep, so that's the small change. And also we are able to load, and also the scroll down component, though it's not working, that's fine. Just try to refresh and you should be good. And now the activity status in the online, we have outcoded that as a 5 online here below this universe chart. So for that, let's try to fix it. So I'll use Supabase presence thing. So whatever we have in schema, so I can just remove this one. The last time last time active, so I'm just going to remove this one. So why? Because I'm going to use Supabase presence, so which it's going to be way better. So let me just migrate this schema changes that I did, and I'm just going to say that we removed last time active from user model. Okay, okay, and removed last time active from user model. Okay, it is successful, and now I just need to change the types as well in the extended. So let's just search for that, the last time active date that I have. So I'm just removing this one, and also here we, of course, we are going to see an error because we changed this thing. So for me, now let's go to our context where we have this user activity status. Inside this folder, user activity status, and so this one I'm just going to change in here. Okay, and also instead of this one, let's create new function, check if user is active or not, and I'm just going to return the boolean value. And after this, let's get this session using the use session hook. And once I have this one, okay, and also I'm just removing these things, I don't think I need them. So here what exactly I'm going to do, let's not worry about that, the updating user activity and all. So basically in here inside this use effect hook, so first let me here check if we have the session data. If not, let's just return, and let me just prepare here the Supabase client. The Supabase I'm just going to import, and this channel, let's channel, I'm going to name this as activity status, and here let's listen on to the presence. The event is of type sync, and inside this one, so let's try to get this user IDs, which is of type string array. So initially let's set this one to empty array, and same thing the active users, which it's going to be user active items list. So I'm just changing this way that we are trying to get the list of active users and inactive users and return from here, so that we don't see an error. So once I make these changes, I'm going to sign in again. So now let's the channel dot presence state, and inside this, now whatever the IDs that I have, so I'm just going to push into this presence state the ID of 0 dot user ID. Okay, so ignore the types issue for now. The type whichever I'm just getting, so to ignore this one, let's add in ts ignore. Okay, the user ID, and after this the unique IDs, let's use this set and filter this duplicate values, and you can just console and check. Now we have this users, and I'm going to iterate through this each list, get this user details, and if this unique IDs dot has user dot ID, then I'm going to push into this active users list, else we are going to push that one to inactive users list. So let me just push into this list. Now we'll have the both the values in both the list, and let me just update set all active users to this active users, and set all inactive users to whatever we have in the inactive users. Okay, and after this one, let's try to, so subscribe, and here the status, I'm just going to check if the status is equals to subscribed. Then let's try to track this data. So like online at so new date, and convert this one to ISO string, the user ID session dot data dot user dot ID. Okay, and in here the dependency, let's pass in here this session dot data and users, and now I can just remove this one completely, update user thing. And also the endpoint that we have, I'm just completely remove this one, and also we don't need the endpoint anymore. Now I am going to remove that one, and get active users, so we'll type that we have let's try to wrap this one inside this use callback. So I'm just adding in here this callback, and here the dependency, so our active users, and also instead of this find user by ID, we renamed this one to check if user is active. So I'm just going to change this one, and also let's try to wrap this one as well inside this use callback. The ID we are going to check instead of users, let's try to use the all active users list, and find this user matching this ID. Okay, so that's what I want, and I don't want the users, just the boolean that we are trying to return, and this is again going to depend upon this all active users. Okay, fine. And what is this error? Okay, I need to add in here a comma, and remove this brackets, and I think we should be sorted. Yep. And now instead of this find user by ID, let me change this one to check if user is active, and this should be sorted, and that's what we did change. And this one as well, I can just remove this user effect as well, because we are handling this one in this user effect. So that's the change. So I can just remove unused things, the used mutation from here, and also I'm just going to delete the endpoint as well. So let's do that one, and to show this status, let's go to our messages component, and here in the message component, let me get this values from our user activity status, and here I'm going to get the check if user is active value, and to check that one, we can maintain here one variable, whatever the check user is active we have, I'm going to send in the sender ID. So if this is true, then let's, wherever I have this user avatar, let's make this one as a relative, and below this thing, so if is active, so I'm just going to add in this indicator that this user is active. So make this one as absolute, bottom 0, right 0 and add in width and height as 3 rounded full, and have this border. Okay, and border thickness of 2, shadow cm, and background, let's add in this primary, and let me just close this one. So I'm just closing this div. Okay, so this is the indicator. So I'll just try to sign in and show you guys. And also now the header component that we have. So for now, let's remove everything, and so whatever I added in here, I'm just removing this one, and let's add in some padding, and this one, now the indicator I'm just not adding here. Let's also delete this update activity. So users update activity endpoint, I'm just going to delete this one because we no longer need this. And let me just sign in again. So I'm just signing in. I just need to let's restart this one since we just changed the schema. So let me just restart. Okay, fine. So just a lot of fixes and the status one. So if you wanted to see more details on how presence works from Supabase and all, you can just refer those docs. I'm just going to check now. As of now, the user that I'm logging in should be the active users, and we should see the indication for that in our the messages group chat section. So let's see this one, and let's check this one. Okay, so it's redirecting us to workspace, and let's go to this chat workspace. Okay, fine, it's loading. And now here I wanted to navigate to the group chat ID. So going in here, this group chat section. Okay, now this presence, the active value here, let's try to console that one. As of now, I'm not getting the data, that is for sure. So let me just check this. So I just checked and I tried to console this user IDs. So we are receiving the data, that's fine, but I'm just trying to push in the user underscore ID, which was not, but here we have user ID. So in here I just need to push this one, and then we should see the status changed. So let's see this one available at least now. If you are getting this data, yep, you can see the user IDs. This is what I just consoled, so I'm just going to remove this one. So wherever the console statements are there for testing purpose, just remove those things. So I'm just closing this one, and here you can see now the indicator is back, and you can change this one to green color, the BG primary. I'm going to change the themes and all eventually to the color that I want, green or blue or whatever it is. So this is the indicator, like this is the user who is online, and that's what we are seeing. So this is like the complete change of handling the user's presence. And next thing, let's try to add in the checks if you are getting the data from server. If not, I'm going to pass in the empty array or something like that in all our pages. So in the dashboard page, let's just collapse. So I'm just going to add in all the checks. If we have the initial recent activity, I'm going to pass in here, or else let's pass in here empty array just for the checks, and also the other pages in this pomodoro. If we don't get the pomodoro settings, let's say not found, we are just going to navigate here to not found page, and same thing in our workspace ID page. So we are trying to get in the workspace details and all here as well, and even the settings section that we have. So the workspace, so if we don't find the workspace details, let's just add in here this not found. In other pages also just try to handle in this way the chart page and all those things. So here as well where we are trying to get in here, so if there is no workspace, let's try to return here not found, so that we don't see unnecessary errors. And also here the initial messages, let's change this one, initial messages handling. And also I wanted to pass in here this workspace name so that we can display in our header. So let's add in here this workspace name. In this we need to change the component, I will change, and the other pages as well in this edit page, same thing. Let's add in this checks. If there's no workspace or no user in user role or the mind map details, so we can just say not found. And same thing in this page as well, so I can just copy this thing. So let me just copy in here handle. What did I copy? Okay, this one, the page not found, I just need to import this one. Okay, and also the workspace ID page as well. Here if there is no workspace or the user role, let's just call this not found function. The task section as well in this edit page and all, so let's change this one to task and import this not found. And here as well in this tasks page, change this one to task and import the not found part. Okay, so I'm just changing in all of those things, and now just let's fix this chart container, the components of this chart. So here this container, I need to add in this workspace name and pass in here the type of this string. From here let's get this workspace name, and this one I just wanted to pass it to this header so that we show the workspace name, and we need to add in this props for that component as well, the workspace name. So going to this component, let's add in this props for this one, interface props the workspace name, which is of type string, and here let's just get this workspace name from this props, and this one let's replace this one, the universe, with the workspace name. So now instead of this universe chart, we should see the chart workspace. You can see on the right hand side. Fine. So that's the small change, and also just small better way of maintaining this is active. Let's try to wrap inside this use memo so that we don't try to calculate it again and again. So the dependency, so let me just close this one, the sender dot id, and check if user is active, and I need to import this use memo. Of course we are going to see an error, this small change. Fine, and yeah, that's what I just changed to pass in the workspace name, and handling the data if in case we did not found. And also for in the message component, let's try to let me add in a util. So here what is the problem? Yep, this one, the active, now I'm seeing an error of that, so let's try to handle that. So in utils I'm just going to create one helper for me in the utils file. So let me just create one function and name this as show user information, export const show user information, and here the messages, which it's going to be of type extended message array, the message id, and pass in here the message id which is of type string. So get this current index using this messages list and the id, find index the message that we have. I'm going to check against this id, message id, and if this current index is not equals to -1, that is we found that index, and this current index is greater than 0, so let's try to get the previous messages of the current index -1, and this current message equals to the messages of current index, and let's see if this is the same sender. So previous message dot sender dot id matching with this current message dot sender dot id, and if it's not same sender, let's return this one to true. Okay, so so I think whatever I'm just writing, it should be straightforward. So if this previous messages has these resources, okay, and again let's return this one to true, and the previous message creation time let's capture this using this day js of previous message dot created at current message creation time. Use this again, the current message dot created at, and this time difference, let's calculate this one. Time difference, the current message creation time, the difference using this previous message creation time, and in seconds. Okay, and I'm just going to return if this time difference is greater than 60. Okay, and health, let's return this as true. So it's just better way of handling the logic to show the user information or not, and just some things. So now let's go to our the messages component, or the message component in here, and I'm just going to use this one to show the user or not. So below this thing, const show user, let's try to wrap inside this use memo, and here I'm going to use this show more information. Let's import this one, and for this one we need the messages and the id to be passed on, and let's import this show more uh, function. So import, okay, what is it that we named this one? Okay, it's a show user information, my bad. Okay, so let's import this show user information, and here change this one to user information, and this messages, for us to get this messages, let's use our use message thing, and get this state, and here I'm going to get this messages. Okay, so now I have whether to show user or not, and the container that we have, this one, let's try to make the styling depending upon this value. So I'm just going to get this show user. So if that is the case, I'm not going to add in any margin top, else let's add in some negative margin of 0.8 rems. Okay, and after this we have an error with this relative div and all. So let's use this one, show user value. So if we have, then I'm just going to show this div, else will not show this one. Okay, fine. So, and also below this one, let's try to add in this time and all. So you can see this, the thing that I added. So if it's the same user, 1 second, okay, so here again the issue is active. Why is it I'm receiving an error here? The is active part. So this one, check user activity. What's wrong in this? Okay, and the issue is I need to return this. That's the issue. Okay, sorry, my bad. So now let's try to refresh this one. We should see no issues now. Okay, yep, and also this let's fix this one. So after this, the div that I have for the username and related to time as well. So this div as well, let's check if we wanted to show this one only. Then let me show this part, whatever the that I have. Yep, and I just need to style this better so that it looks better. And let's make this text to be extra small. And this one additionally, let's justify this one as a center. And also if this show user is true, I'm not going to add in any margins, else let's add in this margin left of 12. Okay, yep, now it's looking good. So basically the intent is, if the messages is from the successive user, we don't want to show it the new user details and all like that. And that's what exactly the intent is, and that's what I just changed it, and it's looking good. So that's the just a function to re-render user avatar if the user is the same user who has sent. And okay, fine, it looks good to me. And now let's try to add in the language support like we did add for the other sections. So let me just add in all the text needed to the related to chart section. So let's just go to the messages folder and here let me add in the chart related things. Okay, this is the text, header, delete message, edit options, load more, new message, text and all. So I'm not worrying about adding into other language. You can just add that for yourselves. So now let's go to our the components inside the chat folder. So let me just collapse all of this. So let's go by one in this the upload file button. Let's import this translations, and this one it's going to be the chat dot new message. And in here the message that I wanted to show, it's basically in on upload error section here. Let's try to collect into this variable error message t of attachment underscore default error. Okay, fine. And here if the I'm just checking in here the various scenarios. If this error dot message it's equals to like file limit exceeded, then the error message that I'm going to set in is attachment too many error. Okay, something like this. I did add this t. Why is it again the issue? Okay, let's ignore that one. And now this error dot message, it's equals to like your proposed upload exceeds the maximum allowed size. Here in this case, the error message that I'm going to add in is the attachment. So let's fix this spelling mistakes and all. So as of now, this is how I did add. Let's just add in this one as it is, attachment to big error. And after this, if the error dot message, it's equals to error invalid config, then the error message that I'm going to set in, it's going to be the attachment wrong file error. Okay, so these are the messages that we'll be showcasing. And now instead of this one, we can be very specific what is the error. So I'm just mentioning here this one. And why is this still error? So I can just restart this server. We should not see an error because a lot of things loading, that's why it takes time to reflect. Okay, and now the new message container here as well. Let's import this translations of chart dot new message, and inside this one, only thing is the placeholder that I have, the text area here. This one, let me replace this with t of placeholder. Okay, this is one thing. And going to this file preview part that we were previewing the images and all. So again, let's add in the translations, and this one chart dot new message, and here the text that I forgot to add after this trigger. Let me add in the hover card content. Okay, and align, let's make this one center, and the side add in this one top, and inside this span tag, let's add in this text which is delete attachment. Okay, so that's the content. On hovering of that icon, we need to show that text. So that is the thing. And now we are done with this new message, and inside this messages, the scroll down component. So in here, let's import this translations, this one, just the chat, and the notification new message that I added. So this one, let's change this to in the p tag. I'm just adding in here this text, the notifications, and I'm going to pass in here this notifications value, and let's make this width to be fit rather than restricting it to 36. And here I'm just adding in here the text to be center. So this is the scroll down, and now the options component. Here I need to change this text, use translations, and here the chart dot options. Inside this, the text that we have, edit message and the delete. So let's just replace this one with t of edit, and this one with t of delete. And after this, the message container component, and inside this as well, let's this one, I don't think I need a localizer. Yep. So, and let's just remove this console statements, and also this one let's set after scrolling down. Okay, fine. And also here let's add in the return of this div, just a small fix. Okay, that's the thing. So basically, wherever you have the console statements and all things which you don't want, you can just remove that one. And now going to this load more messages, and what is the error here? Why is it I am seeing this issue? Okay, and the issue is I need to assign, but I was just okay, fine. Anyhow, I fixed this one. So now going to this load more messages, let's add in this translations, and here the of the chart. Now wherever we have this error messages of this one, whenever we are trying to get this more messages, let me change this to error message of the can't load more. This one, if I did not add, you just add it to your messages and that should work. And this one, the load more, let's use this t of load more. Okay, fine. This is the localizing inside this. And now in the edit badge also, the small thing, let's add in this translations of chart.edit, and inside this the badge, the edited text that we have, let me change this one to t of edit. Don't worry about the loading on the right hand side, so if I just restart the server, it should be fine. Okay, so that is in this badge. And now in this message component, edit message, let's use this translations const translations, and here the chart.edit.text. and now I need to replace this one, this text, whatever we have, press the and all those things. So this one, let's replace with the t of first, and this second text, let's replace with this t of second, and this below one with t of third. And sorry guys, for last 25 to 30 minutes my screen froze in between, I extremely apologize for that. And anyhow, it was just the localizing of changing the text to translations. That should not be a big deal. Okay. And here after this, let's go to this delete message component, and let's import this translations, this chat dot delete message. Now here the dialogues and everything, I need to change this one, so let's change this one to T of title, and this one, change this one to T of description, the cancel button, T of button cancel. Okay, and this one, T of button delete. Fine, so that's the localizing delete message component. And now the headers component. So here the chat that we have, the const translations, let me add in here this chat dot header, and whatever the chat we have, so let's replace this one with this T of title, and here I'm going to pass in the workspace name. Okay, the issue here is because I need to what is the still issue? The brackets. Okay, I'm just adding in here. Okay, there is this extra bracket. Fine, that's the small change. And inside the chart container, just a small change whenever we are loading this one, has more, and this initial message loading, let's set this one to false. Okay, or else in the messages container we'll always see the loader indicator. And fine, so remove the initial messages value and all, and you can just remove whichever the prop you're not using as part of your component or something like that. And yeah, so I think now we just added the language support for our chat components. And if there are no messages in our messages container, so let me handle that one as well. So for that, let's below this main thing that we are rendering, so let me handle that. If this messages length it's equals to 0, so we are going to render this one inside this div, sum the messages square icon. Okay, so let's have this height and width as 16, and more width and height on smaller screen onwards, 28. And in here let's add in this text center div, and I'm just going to add in like no messages, just start conversation or something like this, which I already added as part of the translations. So I just need to use this translation, so let's add in translations of charge dot no messages. I'm just going to add this one. Okay, and after this here this is going to be next t of second. Okay, and to just give some styling for this div, let's make this one as a flex, direction as column, gap of 2, and text let's make larger and on smaller screens, so just better look. Items, let's center this, padding of 2, justify, let me center this one. Okay, this is the handling of this one, and also in the library I'm just going to increase this message limit to 30, and this in this, so you can see now we don't have this one, and these messages I need to add in as part of our chart section. So in here let me just add in this no messages. We couldn't find any messages and all, so ideally we should see the messages. Yep, so you just need to load to get this more messages and all those things. That's fine, but we saw the component for no messages and all, and also the notification circle that I have in the notification container of this components, just a small UI fixes and also some refactoring and localizing and all. And after this we will try to have a layout for our main page, where we'll try to add in some images and what are features we have and all those things. So in this notifications component, the container, the div that I have for the unseen notifications, yep, so we already have this one. Let's try to wrap this thing inside p tag. Okay, so I'm just adding, okay, let's move this one inside this p tag, just small refactoring like I said. Okay, that's the small change in these notifications. And also whatever the constants that we have, you can just move it to constants files and all, refactor better to look and everything. Let's ignore, I'm just letting you know that you can just cleanly maintain all into our the constants file that we have, which we are maintaining here. As of now I'm maintaining here itself just few things. So the sidebar links and other sections, you can just add those things to constants files and make it look very clean, the code organization. Okay, and on now, so if we wanted to have a default mind maps, default tasks to be already loaded and all, you can just do that for adding the default details and all those things, and accordingly insert some data, so that whenever we are trying to log in, we have some data in the things and all those. The workspace has some data for us to see. You can just add in those things also. I'm ignoring for that. and also in this try to handle all of the not found section for other things whichever we missed. Okay, in the small corrections in our components while we are onboarding the users. So let me just go to the onboarding section, the steps in the finish section. Let's try to maintain are we done or not the state. So just I wanted to show the loader. So that's one better user experience. So assign this one to false, and in your on success let update this set is done to true. Okay, and now the button that we have here, let's add in this is disabled if it's pending or is done, and I can add in here if is done also this loading state, and the loading text we can just add in here if it's done. The text I'm going to add in this as is done. So whichever I'm missing this values the for localizing and just add it. So this is just the better way of handling this one. Okay, and in the sidebar container as well, so the data whatever we are sending for users workspaces and all, you can just handle in this way. If we have send the details or else the empty array so that we don't see any issues, and so this one I can better do it here. Okay, here users workspaces or empty array, and here users admin workspaces or empty array. Okay, so like this try to handle if the other components if I did miss. Okay, that's the thing, and also you can just add in the more we the data like I said default and all those things, but that's fine. I'm just ignoring this one, and the into the messages thing let me just add in uh, the steps data that we had. So the next button here below this I'm just going to add in this is done section. Okay, fine, and let me just remove these things in the schemas. Double check if I missed some place wherever on deleting and all those things. If I did miss, so for example in here we are referencing but on delete we do not specify what to do, so we can just add in here cascades like this. To the additional resource and other components, so wherever I missed, so here as well, so on delete we can just add in here this cascade. So wherever we missed when we are adding the relation, just go ahead and add it, the delete on delete what needs to be done and all. Okay, so I'm just cross checking in case we did not add in for other relations. Okay, here as well let's add in cascade. Okay, I think we should be good. Yep, so this is small change. Now you can just migrate this as well. Okay, So I'm just migrating so that whatever we added on cascade effects, deleting. So added on delete cascades. Okay, so that's the thing, and you can just refactor a lot of the things and all. So I'm just leaving it to you to add things. And inside our the hot components, we added initially the reset password and all, but we did not add any logic for that. So going to this sign in card, so let me just remove the in this sign in for, let me just remove the sign in forgot password and all. So I'm just going to remove and add in just the submit button, and here you can just handle is loading and all those things. So this is disabled if it's loading. Okay, and now inside this, if it's a loading, just show the indicator or the loading state component. So and the text of this I'm going to add in here, this as pending dot loading, and else this text that I have. So I'm just going to add in these things, and let me just remove this. Okay, what else am I missing? Is loading. The button. Okay, that's because I did not close this. So I'm just removing this thing, and also in the sign up card component that we added here the link component. So let's just remove this one, and I'm just going to wrap this one in the simple span component, the font bold or text, and add in this the second thing. Okay, so few things, whichever we just added placeholders, fix it and remove, just clean it yourself. I know I might have missed a lot of places, but that's simple. Now let's focus on our main page section. We don't have anything as of now in the main page, so I wanted to add in a component for that home page. So let's create a new folder for the home, and this is going to be last section of this product building. And let's create a new component called home page.tsx, and this thing I'm going to add in here this home page sections. And after this, let's add in this fragment, and I'm just going to add in this one as home page. Okay, and now let's focus on the nav components first that I wanted to add in. So I'm just creating the placeholders for them, like on the large screens. So let's name this as large nav.tsx, and then this mobile navigation.tsx, and finally the nav component. Okay, so I need to work on all of these things. And this one, so basically this page, local page that I have. So let me remove all of these things, and here instead of this fragment, the home page component which we are trying to build, let's add in this one. So I'm just going to sign in here, and so here this notification is this workspace one, leave that. So let's log out, and let's focus on this component since I'm working on it. So I just wanted to see this. So almost the functionalities that I wanted to, all the features are done, just the home page layout is what is pending. So let's focus on this component, and here this session we have. So let's try to handle this. If we have the session, we are going to redirect the user to dashboard page. Okay, in this, let's just remove this index. So going to this home page component, uh, let's have this now component created, export const now. Okay, let's refresh. Why is this error? Okay, I have a session. Is that so? So just going in here, let me just why is this navigating me to, okay, fine. So now going to this now component, I'll handle those issues, not a big deal. So now in here, let's have this nav component, and inside this I'm going to add in the large navigations component and the small navigation. So for the large navigation, let's just add in the placeholder, large navigation component. So let's try to wrap this inside this div. Okay, and your first thing I'm going to have in is the link component, kind of the logo or the text that we wanted to. So clicking on this should take us to the same home page, and in here let's add in the logo. So let's say I'm just adding some logo for now, so you can just change to your logos or whatever you want. In this one I need to import here, so that the large nav section, and here this home page, let's remove this home page text and add in here this nav component, so that we'll see whatever we are developing. Okay, that's the logo. Just change it to your needs, and after this one let's add in the text, which is the title, like super, and here inside this let's make this one a primary color, productive. Okay, this color codings and all I'm just going to change at the end so that it looks better, and this styling will take care. So after this one, let's try to add in some text. For now I'm just adding here the, let's add in this placeholders. Okay, just trying to get this layout, and inside this divs, let's have in for login and sign up things. So here for now I'm just adding in here this text, let's say for login, and another thing again, let's just the placeholders, let's say the sign up, And after this div, let's have our local switcher component, align hover the end, align drop down end, and the size. Let's keep this one to be icon, and the variant, let's set this one to outline. Okay, and then this theme switcher, the align hover and same thing. So let's add in this size of this icon, and this variant, let me again set this to outline. Okay, fine. So this is the thing, and let's try to style this component. The first, the nav section that I have, what's the problem? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so here the styling for this one, the nav section, let's first make this one to be sticky and top 0, and let's have z index 50, and make this one width full. Let's add a border at the bottom, and this border, let's say some 40, and add in this bg background 95, and this backdrop, let's change this to blur, and this supports backdrop filter. I'm just going to add the color codes so that it looks better. Okay, this is just this styling for this nav section, the border, the bottom, and all. So now this large navigation component, let's make this one as container, and make this one from medium screen onwards flex, and have some padding in the y direction, and a maximum width, it can take screen of 2 times extra large. Items, let's center them. Justify, I want it to be let's say between. Okay, so now they are extreme ends, and by default let's hide in the less than smaller screens. And now this div, let's make this one flex. Items, let's center this. Okay, and the div which I have here, I'm making this as a flex. Let's center this items, have this gap of 2, and group hover, I'm going to have the scale effect of 105, and apply this transition transform effect, duration, let's say 200. Okay, and this text of this, make this 2 times extra large, and the font type to be semi bold. Okay, now it's starting to look better. And this one, let's add some margin left, make this a flex, gap of 2, and let's center these items. Fine, and now this div as well, flex, items, center, and a gap of 4 between them, and this one as well, flex, items, center, gap of 4, should be good. And this link components that I have, let's add in this border bottom, make this inline block. Border, I want this transparent, and order, let's make this border to be primary. Duration 200, transition colors. Okay, that's for the thing. And for sign up, let's add in this variant. So I'm going to use this button variants, and let's pass in here this default variant for that. So that's the sign up thing. And this switches, let's make again this one as a flex item centers and have this gap of 2. Okay, now slowly it's taking shape. So this is the placeholder for large navigation, and now I need to work on the mobile navigation. So let me just copy these things. Let me change this one, the mobile navigation, and inside this let me add in the mobile navigation component, and I need to work on this. So basically if I try to inspect this one, so now in here we are not seeing any of this, so this mobile navigation should be visible. So this one, it's going to be completely, so if it's a medium it should be hidden, and below this medium screens it should be visible. So let's add in padding in x and y direction, make this widthful flex items, let's center them and justify between. Okay, and whatever I have now, let's remove all of these things, and I wanted to wrap inside the sheet component, and here let's have the sheet trigger as the child, and here let's have this button component variant, let's make this one to be ghost, size should be of icon, and now inside this let's have the menu icon. So if I just refresh, yep, so this is the thing, and the sheet trigger we added the sheet content now. So the sheet side, I want it to come from this left section, and this one let's give height full flex column, and justify between. And now inside this let's add in the sheet header. So the first thing, the sheet title as a child, I'm just going to add in this link component. So same thing to home redirection. So here let's add in the whatever we had, this logo and all those things inside this div. So I'm just adding in here the Apple logo. Okay, width 10 and the height of 10, and this one, yeah, you can see now the content of this, the text 2 times extra large, same thing, font semi bold, and here super productive. This one, let's make this one to be primary. I'm going to change the primary color to either red or blue, or eventually this title, it's going to be the super productive. Okay, fine, so that's the thing. And after this header, let's try to wrap inside the scroll area. Let's have some margin in the y direction, the flex grow effect, and inside this let's add in a simple placeholder div, height of full. For now I'm just adding here the placeholder text. Let's just copy here, and later I'm just going to replace and see how this is. Okay, that's the thing. And after the scroll area, let's add in a div for make this again same thing. Here I'm just going to add in the for signing up and the signing in. So here let's keep the button variants, both of them. So variant, let's have this one as the default. Yep, now inside this one the text is sign up. That's the thing that we have at the bottom. And let me just copy, and this one, let's change this one to login. In this variant, let's make this one to be outline. Okay, fine, so looking good. And after this sheet, whatever I had for this theme switcher, let me just copy this one for mobile navigation. So I'm just adding in here. If I just close this one, so here this theme switcher, so changing it to this, it works already, we tested at the beginning. And this is the language switcher, though I have not added for the other language, that's fine. So okay, so these are the like placeholders now for our component. And now I need to work on this header components and all the other components that is needed for our home page. So let's try to add in a components inside this home for now the header. So I'm just adding in this header, and here let's create this header component. So I'm just testing this one, let's see if this looks good. We are going to keep this, and then this header link component. Okay, now okay, so this one, so first let's create this header link, the constants. So what I want in that is, so let's create in this constants file for the home page links. So basically to all of our the features that we have, home page header links. And inside this, first for our the tasks and the nodes or something like that. Okay, so here let me add in the icon as the pencil ruler, the title, let's add in this as like tasks and nodes. And now this one again, let's do one thing, let's add in the placeholder. We'll worry about the links eventually. Okay, and after this one, for our the mind maps, so let's add in this icon and the text. Let's change this one to mind maps, and the calendar page. So let's add in here this calendar days, the text, let's change this one to calendar, and the group chart section. So let's add in the message square, and let's add in this text as group chat. And finally the pomodoro feature that we have, and let's change this one to pomodoro. Okay, assume like these are the things now we have here in this header link. Let's just create simple placeholder. The props that we'll be sending in is all the properties which we added, which is of type lucid icon, this title string, the href and thing, and here this header link component. Okay, and in here let's try to wrap inside this link component, and href let's attach in the props. So I'm just going to add in here the props, the icon, href, and the title. So let's attach in this href, and inside this I'm going to have the icon here rendered, and then this title of this. So this is like header link. I'll come back to styling. So now I have this header link component. Now we can use the list which we just created and try to render inside this component. Okay, so here let's use this header section, and in here let's say your ultimate productive app, something like this, some text. So to see this one, I need to include inside our home page in here. So inside this component, so after this, now let's add in some container with full margin x auto, maximum width it can take a screen of extra large, padding in the x direction, and this one 6. And let's import this header component that we are creating. So let's try to first check in a bigger screen. Okay, this is the thing, ultimate productive app, and now here the header component. After this, let's have here this div, and I'm going to use this home page header links, try to iterate through this, each of this, get this link and the index. And now we are going to use the header link component that we have and pass in here this key, the icon, which it's going to be link dot icon, the href, the link dot href, the title, which it's the link dot title. Okay, so let me just add in. So these are the things that we have now. To style this better, let's first make this one as flex column, items center. So below this I will have a lot of components, that's why I'm making here the column and center. And let's have some margin from the top and width full, and make this a relative, and also isolate this one. So now this text that I have here, the header, let's make this bold and text to be like 8 times extra large, and the maximum width, let's say it can take 2 times extra large, and text I want it to be centered. Okay, fine. And here now this one, let's make width full and flex. Items, let's center this thing, and justify as well, let's center, and add in some margin at the top and gap of 4. Okay, and this header link component, let's try to style this better. So see if this can be still made it to look better. So let's add in this padding of 4 and height to be 24 of this one, width of 40. Okay, and I'm just making this rounded medium, gap of 4, and group hover, let's say background I'm changing it to accent, like 50. This color codes, let me change this, and this one flex, and make this one as a column, justify center, and also items, let me center this one. Okay, and background, let's add in this transparent, it's starting to look better. The transition colors, duration of 200. Okay, they are starting to look better. So now just going into this header component, that I have. So after this one, I want here like a video or some images container or something like that, and below this let's try to add in some divs with some background color, and also I'm going to change the color codes as well. So below this div, let me add in a simple component. Let's name that as something like video container or images container or something of that sort. So in here I'm just going to create a new folder called video, and let's create a new file. Let's say this one, it's going to be video container.tsx, and this one, let's just make this as a placeholder. So for now I'm just going to let's add in some styling prop alone for this one, which let's make this as a string type, and inside this let's create the component class name, and I'm just passing in here the props, and for now the empty placeholder div. Okay, so since we are passing in the class name, I'm just going to use the cn and providing your width full, height full, bg secondary, and rounded, let's say 3 times extra large, and add in here this border for this div, and additionally let's attach in this class name. Okay, and let's close this div. So this is the video container component. Now let's just go to this header component, and here I'm just going to import this component video container, and for this let's add in some margin top, let's say 16, and height I'm going to set this to 40 rems, and z index let's say 20. Okay, and let's close this. So now you won't have this, so let's change this color. So for us to change the colors, you just go to this themes dot transient theme generator. So here you can select any of the color, so I just choose this red color. I don't know, I love that. So and this one, all we need to do is go to our global.css file, and this layer component that we have, let's just replace this whatever I just copied, and once I copy this one, let's save, and we should see this change in this color. Okay, you can see now the primary color is the red, and this one, and this is the video container that I'm talking about. So the placeholder now. Okay, so let's just go back to this one, and after this I'm just going to add in some div, and below this let's add in some one-liner or two-liner text. So inside this, the header, let's say I'm just adding here your new best buddy. Okay, this text that's below, and after this the text, let's add in here the placeholder text. Okay, in this one, the div, let's make this flex column items, let's enter this one, margin top 32, and have this width full. So let's just scroll down, and the padding of 2, let's make this one relative, and isolate, and text I want it to be center. Okay, fine, and this header, let's make this font to be bold, and text size to be 8 times extra large. Text, let's center this one. Okay, fine, and this text, let's make this one 2 times extra large, and text, make this one muted foreground. Okay, so that's the placeholder. And after this, below, let's add in some clip path, like a background color, like red background color that I'm going to add in. So I just have a div for that, so I'm just going to use that div, so like with the clip path and all those things. So this one, below this p tag, I'm just going to add in okay, so this div, the div that I have in this one. Okay, let's add in here okay, let's remove these things. Okay, let's I need to close this div. Okay, yep, so this is the color that I mentioned. And now, so this is the header and all that we have. And like this, and let me just add in divs. Okay, fine, so let me just this one, the location, let me change this. So in here, let me just add in this divs, and here I'm just going to, let's close this div, and this one, and I'm going to close this thing, and here as well, let's close this div. Okay, and this div should be good. Fine, so this is the just the background clip path thing, like for that whatever we have. So I just added those things. So so if we want, we can do it in this way as well. Let's say this one, let me just close it here, and this one applies at the top, and this one here. Okay, so that's the change, the div which I just added, and made this as a placeholder. So you can just check this one. So basically nothing but the clip paths and polygon and the colors and the position, making this relative and where exactly it needs to sit, and there's some styling, so not that important. And also now I added in the placeholder for video container and header link, and also the constants for this routes and all this. The thing that I have here on hovering, we have this color. Okay, not that great, but looking decent. And now let's try to adjust header on mobile. So basically, if I just you can see now this header, this needs to be fixed, and this we have this sheet here. So to fix this one on header, first this one, whatever text and all I have, let's add in here this text size. Normally I'm going to have this 5 times XL, and in smaller screen onwards, let's have 6 times extra large. Okay, yep, it's reducing. And also the larger screen onwards, let's have 8 times XL, and max width and text center, let's just keep that one as it is. And this one, let's make as flex wrap. Okay, this is how it is, and now I need to adjust this thing. this gap, let's apply from smaller screen onwards. Okay, so still this needs to be adjusted, and normally let's have this gap of 2. Okay, fine, I'll just adjust this one, and after this so this needs to be still fixed. We will fix this, not of an issue. And this div one where we have the below text and all, the margins and all that I added, let's reduce this to 16. Normally from smaller screen onwards, let's have more margin, and medium whatever I added 24, let's just keep that one. Larger screen onwards, let's have 32, and width padding, relative, isolate, accent, or let's just keep that one. So we are just changing this margin tops, and here as well this 8XL for larger screen onwards. For smaller, less than smaller screens, let's have items XL, and this one to 6 times XL, and others let's have this one. So if I just scroll down, yep, this is the one, that's the thing I changed. And this one default, this one let's have for larger screens. Normally let's have this text base and have some margin top, and of smaller screen onwards let's have smaller margin, and text to be larger, medium, let's make this one extra large. And I think, yep, so that is the thing we are trying to change this. Okay, fine. Okay, if not that good, looking better. And now let's try to make the layout of a page. So the layout, let's try to create a section components, like each section we are going to add in like feature that we have. So in here, inside this, I'm going to create, let's move whatever I added in our the header to this sections component, section component, and the text section component, and this one. Okay, so same thing, so interface props, and here I'm just adding here this reverse direction. So basically for one feature the image will be on right side, and the next feature the image will be in the left side and all. So that's for this variable. And now this component, let's name this as section, and here let's just destructure this reverse boolean value, and inside this let's try to wrap inside this section, not this section component. This styling I'm going to take care. And now inside this we are going to add in this first div is for the text showcasing something like that. And after this, below here I'm going to add in the image or video or something, whatever we wanted to add in. So this is for that. So this one, let's move this code to our the home page component that we have. So here, and after this header, let's try to wrap inside this main section. And here I'm going to add in these sections component and some text and all those things. So this text component also, so it's basically like kind of a title for our sections. So that is for this. For this we are going to pass in here this title and the description. Okay, and the text of this, the component name, let's name this was text section, and here inside this again let's try to wrap this one in the section, and this one the title, whatever the styling that we have, and after this this p tag is for description, and this div the clip paths that we had. I'm just going to copy those things. So going to this header component, let's copy basically let's copy these things for this text section component, and let me just paste in here. Okay, and let's add in this one into home page and see how this is going to look like. Okay, so in here this text section, and the title I'm going to add in here your new best buddy, and the description for now let's pass in here this some text, and I need to add in this props. So here let's add in the props for this component, get this title and the description. Okay, so let's just see first this one in the bigger screen, and here this is what I need to change in this section that I am adding in here. This text section component, let's make this main section as flex like always. This one is a column. Items, let's center this one, margin top 24, and a medium let's have more margin, like let's say 52. Okay, fine, this the thing, and I'm just adding in here more margin. Yep, so that now it went below. And after this for larger screens, let's add in more margin like 80. Yep, so it went down. And let's make same thing, relative isolate whatever I just added for the other div, and this one let's just keep as it is, and instead of this one hard coded thing, we are going to change this to the title and the description that we are receiving from the component props. Okay, and yeah, this is the text section, and now this section component. So this one also, whatever we have in here, let's copy this header and a p tag. So I'm just copying this one, this section. So here let me just copy this one, and the text for now the header, let's add in smaller text. Okay, in this one, so let's just remove, and so let's where to use this exactly. I'm just going to add it to our home page, and then you'll see how it's going to look on our main section. So after this, let me add in here this section component, and again here as well section. Let's pass in here, this is a reverse, and here this section component, and here as well let's add in the section but reverse enabled, and now this text section. So let's just copy this one, this text section, and like this below also I'm just going to add in components. Okay, so if you just see as of now this is how it is. So let's try to style this section component. So one by one, if I just start to style this, everything should look better. So this section styling, let's add in the margin like we did 24, and medium onwards let's have 52, and from large screen onwards more margin like 80. Okay, so if you just see now, yeah, this is like each section. And after this one, let's make this a flex column, uh, justify to be between. So let's just minimize this one, and even this one. Okay, so between, and after this let's center this items, have this gap of 6, medium, let's have more gap, 10. And now if this reverts it's true, larger screen onwards, let's have this one as flex row. Okay, and else let's have this one as flex row or reverse. So this is the styling, so you don't see difference now because we don't added much inside this. And this one, the div which I have, let's say width full, and larger screen onwards I want this one to take 2/5 of the width, make this one flex column, gap of 1, and smaller screen onwards have more gap. Okay, now so this is for the section, and now reverse is enabled, and here this side and like left and right alternatively. So that is what this component is. And now let's try to change these things. Let's not make this big size and make this one a semi bold, and let's make this one 4 times extra large, and this one by default have 2 times extra large, smaller screens 3 times extra large. And text, let's not make center. Okay, fine. So this is the text for the page normally we prepare for landing page, and that's this div. And below this one I'm going to add in here the video container that we have, and the height of this, let's set this one to 96. Okay, so now you should see here, so this one, let's make this width full, and larger screen onwards, the remaining width that we have, that is 3/5 of the width, and make this one relative, and try to isolate this. Okay, so you can see now, so we have in here this video container. So basically images or whatever we wanted to show, this is the component. And after this one, let's just copy this divs that we have for the background color styling. So here I'm just going to add in this things. Okay, so now it looks good. Okay, fine. So the placeholder, the layout, it's taking shape. So basically we just added the text section component, and the section, the placeholders, and see how it's going to look. And also let's, in the home page component, let's add in more padding in the x direction, so that now we have some space here. And yep, so it looks good. And the next thing that we are going to do is, let's try to add in some images of our application to main page. So the images, so let's go to our public folder. So let me just collapse this one. Inside this, let me create a new folder called the images. And in here for now I'm just going to add in a few images. I just captured that, and once you build the application from this video, you should also be having those images. So these images, let me add in of the few images. One is of group chat, I added this one. Okay, and the other is this calendar page, and the other one, the workspace section. Okay, so these are the 3 images for now I added. So let's try to see how can we fit this one. And let's I want the aspect ratio component, so I can just install this one, add in this aspect ratio component. Okay, so this one we are going to use to just apply the ratio to our images. So now I have this image. Let's try to pass in the props to our section component. So opening this home folder, this section component. So along with this reverse optional boolean, let's add in here this type. So this can be of image or video. As of now we just have the image and the source of the URL, and let's destructure here this source, the type of this, and this one. Now I need to use this thing, and accordingly whatever I just hardcoded here, video container. So let's make use of this type. If this type it's video, then the whatever the component that I have, video container, I'm going to show here. Else let's try to wrap inside this div. So let's close this div, and also let's make this one as a group so that I can have group power effects and all. And this one, let's import the aspect ratio which I just installed. The ratio I want it to be 16:9, and inside this let's add in the image component from this next image. This let's make width full and height full, and object let's make this one as object cover. And then the source I need to pass in here the source as a prop which we are receiving, alt let's say empty string for now. Width let's set this one to 1200, height let's set this to 1200. Okay, so in this div also let's make this width full. Overflow I'm just going to hide it. Rounded let's say 3 times extra large, and add in some border for this, like border and a border. And height, let me just apply this fit. Okay, that is the thing. And for this divs that we have alongside this thing, so let me just add in the group hour effect. So basically group offer, I'm just going to add in some opacity effect, and same thing for dark. Let's add in here this group hour opacity effect to lesser value, so let's say 60. Okay, and add in this transition opacity for the duration of like 500. Okay, that's why I just made the parent div as a group so that I can add in this group hour effect. So same thing for this below div, so I'm just copying for this div as well. Okay, so this is the thing, and now we need to pass in the props for this component, the section that I have. So let's see now. This first thing, let's add in here image, and the source that I have the images folder which I just created. Okay, and add in here this workspace, the name of this main page. Okay, so workspace main page dot png is the file name. Now we should see this image. Yep, you can see now this is the thing and the image, and the same way below this let me add in here type image, and this one let's change this one to group chat. Okay, and below this now I should see this group chat image, and this one, let's add in here the calendar page image, so below here. Okay, so slowly it's taking shape, and this is the section and also the other things that we have. For now, let's pass in this as type video and source. I'm just setting this as empty string. So for below this also, let me just add in the placeholders for now, and later we'll just remove whichever we don't want, and we'll just tweak other component whichever I want. So these are all the placeholders now, the video containers, and whatever the images that I added, this is how it's going to look. We are going to clean a lot of things eventually, so but this is how it's going to look like. And also the components, the header thing, here same thing. Let me add in this as a group effect, and for the below divs that we have in here, I'm just adding in here, let's go to our section, and this group our effects which we just added. So I'm just copying this one into this header component. Let me just add it here, and even to this div. So I'm just adding this group hover. Okay, fine. So basically the hover effect, so you can see now, so on hovering this on the background of this opacity, it's changing, so that's the thing. And same thing I'm just adding in here for this as well. If you don't want, you can just remove this, that is totally fine. Okay, I need to copy this properly. Okay, the group over thing, and paste in here. Fine. So this small hover effect, and try to add the video container and aspect ratio for this, and even this text section. Let's make this one as well the group, and so that we can add in this hover effect even for this div. So let me just add in. Okay, so yeah, the small change for this one. So if I just text section, and now let's try to add the other images, and also if you want, you can just remove the character limit in the editor, and also double check if we did miss any translations and all those things. Okay, fine. And after this, let's try to add the more images to our landing page and try to wrap this up. So the more images, I've just created a lot of images from our application. So let me just collapse this one and into this public folder. So whatever I just created, I'm going to copy all of those things, and paste it into the images folder. Okay, so these are all the images that I created, all of these things. So if you wanted to see this account settings, black, white, and this assigned to me black, white image, the calendar page, calendar white, and the shortcut creating a task, white, black, and dashboard black and white theme, group chat, the notifications that we have, in the chat black section, and here the editing messages and the emoji file preview. Again this one new message thing, white background, group chat white, and here this mind map. So some examples of in the black section, and here the edge options and the label for our edge in the black theme, and here editing the tags for our mind map, and this is white theme, and the preview that we have for mind maps in black theme and white, the pomodoro section, everything. So basically whatever we have built as part of this product, that is what the images that I have. And here task adding the image by link, and adding the image from local device, and the content, the black, and the image showcasing and all those things. And here the options, once we select the text, of changing, highlighting the color, bold, italic, striking, underline, code section, undo, redo, and all those things, and uploading our image up to our account. And this is our main page where we have like workspace main page, all the tasks and the mind maps and whatever we create, everything we see in here. And the filters, we can just filter by user tags, and see those in our main page. And this is white theme, and the members who are part of this workspace and all. So these are the images that I added, so you can just capture once you build this application. So now we have these images. Let's try to create a simple interface inside our types, like for home page image, and I'm just going to use that to define like list of images, and try to render in the form of like carousel or something like that. Home page, here this source which is going to be a string, and halt, let's add in this string. Okay, now I have this, and I wanted to show in the form of the carousel. So for that, let me just add in the carousel dependency. So this MLA carousel or react, and you can just use any other carousel. So I'm just adding in this autoplay. So these two libraries, so now I added in these things. So let's try to create the component, or else we can use this shared cn itself, add in the carousel that we have. Okay, you can just go with the default. So the carousel component that I want, I just added. So let's prepare the image carousel component. So we can just create that separate folder inside this home folder. Let's name this as carousel folder, and inside this let's have a new file for the images, carousel.tsx. okay, and let's make this one as a client side component. And the props for this, we are going to send in the styling that we wanted to do on this div, where we are trying to wrap in the images. And of course we need the list of images. So this one, it's going to be of home page thing which I just added. So I can be more precise and name this one as home page image. So going in here, let's just change this as home page image. These are the props for this images carousel component. And now here, let me just create in here this placeholder component for now. Let's destructure the props, and here this class name and images. Okay, so inside this, let's try to create a create a reference for our, so use ref for our the autoplay. So this one, let me just import auto play from this carousel autoplay which we installed, and I'm going to here, let's say delay. For this one, the autoplay that I have, I'm going to pass in here this delay of 2000 milliseconds, and stop on interaction. So we are going to enable this one, and this the component, the carousel component that we added. So I'm just going to use this one, and for this the plugins, let's add in this plugin dot the current, and let's just close this so that we don't see. Okay, let's, and also the inside this one, let's use this carousel content component. Let's make this height and width as full, and use the images list that we are going to have, iterate through this, get this each image, along with that the index, and now inside each carousel item component, let's set this key as the index, and I'm going to just wrap inside this div where we'll have the aspect ratio component. Ratio, it should going to be 16:9, and inside this, let's add the image component. Okay, and let's just close this one and provide the mandate thing for this, the source. It's going to be image.source, and alt image.alt text, and width, let me set this one to 1900, and height of this, let's set this to 1900. Okay, fine. This styling and all I'm going to do. So now this is like placeholder component for now. So this one needs to be exactly used in our header component. So inside this one, in place of this video container, let me add in here this images carousel component, and images, let's try to create a constant for this. So of course we are going to see an error, so let me just comment this one. So just going to this library, the constants list here, let me create a list of the images according to that the header and the other sections that I want. So let's name this as homepage header images. So this is going to be of type this is going to be of type homepage image array. And now inside this one, each object the source. So let's open our images public folder. So in here, what is it I want to show? So the in here where is the home related thing. Okay, the dashboard section, so let's add in here this dashboard black .png, and the alt text, let's say this is going to be like homepage dark theme. Okay, like this. Let's just copy all the images that I wanted to show. So for now, let's just restrict it to a few images. This one, the white, let's change this one to light theme, and after this let's add in the workspace related thing. So let's add in the workspace main page png. Okay, and also after this let's add in the workspace main page filters black. Okay, and after this let's just add in the white version of this, I mean light theme version of this one. So for now let's try to pass in this list. Okay, so assume this we have home page header images. So now I can just remove this one and pass in here home page header images list, and we should see this carousel. Okay, this is how it is now. I need to style this better so that it looks good. So to make it look the carousel that we have, let's make this one widthful and also heightful. Okay, you can see now this is the carousel that we have, and fine. And this one, after this let's add in some on mouse enter and all those things. On mouse enter the plugin dot current dot stop, and on mouse leave, let's add in this plugin dot current dot reset, and the div which we have here, let's make this one as widthful, and overflow I'm just going to hide this one, and around it let's have this 3 times extra large, add in some border like we did for our the video container, so I mean the aspect ratio. Okay, this is the thing, and this one, so if I just make this also widthful and heightful and make this one object cover, it should look good now. Yep. This image thing I'm just going to fix. So basically you can see now that's where I am, and let's okay, fine. So that's the styling to our images carousel and this header. Let's add in some styling for this, so some margin top like 28, and height of this let's say 40 rems, and z index add in some 20. Okay, let's try to refresh this one. Yep, so this is the change, the styling of this one, and the list of that images. I just need to, let's go to this list, which is the image that we don't have. Filters, it should be white. Okay, and also this one, let's change this to workspace main page dark theme, and this one as well, workspace main page light theme. And everything, it's just the workspace main page dark theme. Okay, that's fine. The alter text, that should be not an issue. Okay, and the other images also I'm just going to add in for mind maps, other tasks which we just added. So let me just copy this whole list, and let's create for other sections that I wanted to add in. So this one we are going to receive an error, that's fine. So first the pomodoro section home page, and let's go to this images, pomodoro images, and the image name, it's pomodoro black, and let's change this one to pomodoro main page dark theme, and after this the white theme, and let's just copy this one, pomodoro main page. Yeah, light theme, and after this one the settings page, now the pomodoro settings black. Okay, and here as well let's add in this pomodoro main page, and let's copy this same thing for this one. This, it's going to be settings white, and here let's change this one to this is not a big deal, but if you wanted to change this one, the main thing, so this needs to be to settings page. I think that's all we have related to this pomodoro. So let me just remove this one, and to show this one exactly inside our home page, so if I just go to this home page section, let's try to add in here, remove this type video and all. So the section, let's try to change the props that I'm going to pass in for that, because we just hard coded the text that I wanted to show. So this title, which it's going to be a string, and also the description that we wanted to show. Okay, and then this images, which it's going to be of home page images array, and let's just destructure those things, title, descriptions, and images. Okay, so now we just destructured those things wherever we hard coded this one. Let's change this one to title, and we are going to see an error now inside this p tag. Let's pass in here this description. Okay, and after this one, instead of this aspect ratio and all which we just added, I'm just going to remove this one and use this image carousel that we have, and pass in here this list of images for this component, and remaining I'm just going to keep that as it is. Of course we're going to see an error. Let's for now comment all of those things, and here let's try to add in this pomodoro, and we need to add in the other sections. So for now let's give this title as pomodoro, and this description again let's add in here the placeholder for now, the images whatever we just prepared, home page pomodoro images, and what else is missing? And this one, let's remove this source because we're passing in this image, and I don't think we need a type also anymore. So I'm just going to remove this type as well. So type and source, I can just remove this one. So now we shouldn't see any issues. Okay, fine, so we don't have an issue now. So you can see now for pomodoro whatever the images that we captured, so we are showcasing that. Looks good to me. And now let's quickly prepare the list for other sections. So the next thing I wanted to have is for mind maps. So let's just go to this constants, copy this thing, so folder, change here this title as home page mind maps images, and now the image that we have related to mind maps, let's add in here. First thing, the mind map edit black. Okay, and this one, let's change this one to mind map edit page dark theme, and after this we have the mind map edit white, mind map edit white image, and this one again let's add in this as mind map edit page white, and after this let's add in the preview, so mind map preview black image. So this one, this is going to be mind map preview page dark theme. So let's copy this one, and I'm going to change this to white, and this one let's change it to mind map preview page, and this is going to be light theme. And like this till we have few other things, few more images to add in. So edit tags, and yeah, we have four more images to add in. Let's change this one to edit edge options black, and this one mind map edit options something. Okay, let's just leave that one, and after this edit tags black theme, so mind map edit. So you can just change this alt text whichever makes sense for you. And after this one the edit white theme we have, edit page, and this one it's going to be light thing. Okay, we added tags black, edit white component, edit options, and edit black is what we are missing, so let me just add in that one. Edit black, and this one it's going to be dark theme. Okay, so I think I did add this edit black and edit white, so why did we add this again? So many we added: 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Again we added something extra. Yes, this preview thing. Okay, so this as well. Now just going to this home page, let's include the mind maps which we just created. So I'm just going to copy this thing, and whatever here, let's just paste this text, and let's change this one to mind maps, and instead of this pomodoro images, this is going to be mind maps images. And here now I should see, yep, okay, the images, let's refresh. Okay, yep, now we have these mind maps related images, and it looks good for me. Okay, let's just see the images, if everything, yep, all of those are working. And similarly, whatever the other sections that we have. And after mind maps, let's add in related to calendar or task, whatever it is. So let's change the name of this to tasks images. And related to task, we have 4 images. So first thing, the task content black, so I can just add in here this task content. And then what else we have, then I have this task content editor options block, editor options black theme. So let me just change here task content editor. So these are not like pages, but you can just keep that fine. Task content editor options, and this one it's the dark theme. And so we added 2 images. Then this task content, I have in here this add image by link, which is of black theme. So let's rename this one the task content add image by link page. And this one, let's just copy this one. So this is from the device. So task content add image, instead of by link, I'm just going to change this one to from device. Okay, so those are the 4 things that we have. And let me just copy these things in add image Okay, remove this one. So from device page, and let's remove this additional things. This was to tasks, and we added related to mind maps, a header, and let's try to add in for other sections that we have. Now the chart section. Okay, so in here let me add this one as home chat images, and for group chat let's add in the group chat, and this content. Okay, I'm not going to edit the hard section, just let's focus on this images link. So, and after this the group chat black dot png. So I'm highly suggesting do change the alt text as well, but I'm not editing here. And after this the group chat and notifications black dot png, and after this we have this group chat edit message black.png. Okay, so let me just copy these things, and after this let's we have this edit message notifications. Okay, after this group chat file upload black. So let's change here this one, the file upload black, and then group chat file view the black. Okay, and after this one this thing let's change this to new message black, and here this thing should be changed to new message white, and I have this group chat white, so let me just add in here white image. Okay, so fine. So this is related to chart images. I have not edited the alt text, so you can just edit that one. So after this one let's add in for the calendar section. So home page, the calendar images. So we have the two images for that, the calendar page, and this one the calendar white. Okay, those are the two things. So let me just remove these things, and then assigned pages and also the starred pages, let's try to group them as one thing. So here let's rename this one to home page assignment filter, and starred images. So related to assign to me, so let's add in here this assign to me black, and this one let's change this to assigned to me white themes. Okay, and now related to the starred items, let's add in here starred items the black image, and here I'm just adding the starred items white image. Okay, this is for the assigning and all those things. And we do have the next. Let's try to add in the account related things or rules or whatever it is. So home page, rules, and settings, images. So this one, the account settings, whatever we have, so I'm just going to add in that account settings black, and the same thing to white, so account settings white. And after this we have the one more with the image upload that we did, so account settings with image, the black theme. And after this, if we have anything related to settings, I'm just going to add in here itself. Okay, let's try to add in the workspace sections, settings and everything. Let me just add in inside this section itself. Okay, so here the workspace members black, and let me just copy one more, this one, workspace settings black. Okay, I think almost everything, and also let's add in the uploading account image as well. Upload account image black. Okay, so we added related to tasks, start images, pomodoro, mind maps, group chat, dashboard, and create shortcut is alone. It's pending, so let's try to add in here itself. Here let me change this one related to creating this task a shortcut, so create shortcut task black image. And after this, one more thing, so white alone. And I think we covered almost all. So if you think you wanted more images to add, you can just add more images like this and try to create a list. Okay, so now I have all of the images that I want. So let's go to our home page section and try to add in the missing pieces into our home page. So I added the mind maps, and let's just copy here below this. Let's change this one to task, and this images, it's going to be home page tasks image. Okay, so and the reverse, let's remove this one, okay, because we want the alternative thing. And now after this, let me add in the rules and settings sections, and this one, let's replace this one with rules and settings images, which we just added. Okay, fine. Then after this, let's just remove all of these sections. So below this one, let's add in the chart related things. So I'm going to add in the chat and notifications images, and let's change this one to the chat images that we have. And also let's remove here this reverse because I want it to be alternative. Okay, So on top we added how many? So I just added three things: mind maps, task, roles and settings. Okay, did I? Okay, I did the okay, we have in here the four sections, tasks as well. So now here this chat and notifications, and after this one, so the order, let's change this one to reverse, and after this the calendar thing, so let's name this as like integrated calendar task or something like that. And let me add in the calendar images, and after this let's remove this reverse again. We'll add in the filters and all the page that we added, like easy to find anything you need, so using the start and the assign to me page. So this one, let's just try to show this one. So now everything should look great. We'll style this, don't worry. So this is like main sections, and here the text section at the top, we are going to change that. And after this, this is mind maps, then task related images that we have, then roles and settings, the pomodoro settings, and then the chats and notifications, integrated calendar, and then the assign to me sections. So did we miss any other section from our the constant list? Pomodoro is used, mind maps is used, task is used, chart images is used, calendar is used, assignment is used, roles and settings is used, and this is header. Yep. So everything that we want is integrated into the list. Okay, now the description and all, now we need to add in those things, so that alone is pending, the title and description. So let's try to add in just some hover effect for our the text in here for our this. So as of now, so on group hour, this is what I have. So let me just create a simple hook, whether this is visible or not. So like let's name that as visible. So just like UI better making hook, nothing much, so you can just ignore this one. So let's name this as is visible. Okay, so inside this one I'm just going to add in some user references and local state for visible maintenance and all. So is visible, and now here this items use ref, and let's make this as a null, or this can be of type HTML element. Let's assign here this initially null value, the local state for is visible maintenance. So set is visible, let's initially set this one to false. Okay, and now I'm going to use here this use intersection from this maintain hooks, and let's just give this entry and the reference, and provide in here this root as item.current, and threshold, let's set this one to 1, and inside this use effect, so depending upon this entry change, I'm just going to toggle this visible value. So if it's intersecting, so let's set this one to true, else let's set this one to false, the local state value. And from this hook I'm just going to return this is visible thing and the reference thing. Okay, so now this one, let's just go to our home page components, the text section and adult section. Let's try to use this thing, and let's make this one as use client so that we don't see an error. Here let's import this is visible hook, and now inside this let's extract this is visible and reference. And for this section, let me attach in here this the reference that I added now, and the styling basically for this here let's try to make this one dynamic, this div whichever I just added, and inside this one, so if it's visible then add in this opacity effect, let's say 80. Okay, and this dark, let's set this one opacity to 60, and else let's set this opacity to 40, and the dark, let's set this opacity to 30. And the place where we have the other opacity thing, so let me just remove this thing. Okay, fine, so I'm just going to copy this thing, the styling, and replace this with this whatever we just added. Okay, fine. This section as well, let's try to import this thing, and I need to make this one also client component, so let's make this one as client side component. Const is visible and reference from this use is visible hook. And now inside this one, for this section, let's attach in here this reference, and below this thing let's just copy the stylings, and also yeah, this one. So what happened? Yeah, so basically you can see now on the intent is basically not on hovering, on visible it should be the color. You can see now, that's the thing, the intent of this the visible thing. Based upon that, I want the opacity to be changing, and also that it looks better for the user, like good feel. And you can remove this group power whichever I added, or you can just keep that as it is. And same thing inside this header as well. So let's make this one as client side component, and inside this one let's it's visible, the reference, and use this is visible hook. And you can just remove this group, but I'm just keeping that as it is. And here the reference, I'm going to attach it here for this header text, and also this one. Let's make this relative and apply this bg background for this, and this styling. So for the divs that we have, I'm just going to replace with these things, so whichever I just copied from the other components. So let's just refresh, replace this one. Okay, so this is the small change. So now it looks too good. So just you can see now on just scrolling, if it's in a visibility thing, so the color of it changes and it looks too good. So this is how we change to make it look better. And now let's try to add in a footer component, and I need to change this header, the text that I added, and all these things. Now after this one, I can just remove these things from this header. Okay, not this styling, but this div, I can just remove this thing. Okay, fine. This is the thing. Let's try to add in the footer for this one. So the footer, like we just created the header folder, let's create in here this footer component, footer.tsx, and this one, just normally let's add in some like made with love by blah blah stuff and all, and some links to your social profile and all other things. So this is the place you just add in here. Okay, so inside this div, let's add in here this text, and I'm going to add in here some text. Let's make this as primary thing, and let's add in this one into home page, and then I'm going to style this one. So this needs to be after this main section, I mean this div. Let's add in this footer component. Okay, now we should see this text below. Yep, you can see this made with love. And after this made with section, let's add in here some text. Let's make this text muted foreground, and you can add in here like 2024, and the title of our application, super productive. Okay, and after this div, let's add in these links. So I'm just adding the placeholders but nothing inside that. Okay, so I'll try to open this one in the new page, and this one, let's make this as button variants, and the variant, let me make this one as ghost. Size of this, let's make this one to be of icon, and inside this, let's say the GitHub logo icon, and like this let's add in the other icons, like let's say LinkedIn logo icon. Okay, fine. And finally, let's say some other icons. So I'm just going to add in here this icon. Okay, YouTube icon. Fine. And now we need to style this better. It looks weird. So this class, let's make this wet full, and bg to be of background, and let's add in some border at the bottom. This border I'm just going to add in this at the bottom, yep, and some margin at the top, let's say 52, so that it'll some space, yep. And now this div, let's make this one as container and padding in the y direction. If it's a smaller screen onwards, let's have more padding, so I'm just adding here this more padding in the y direction, and a maximum width, let's say screen of this 2 times extra large, and add in this border top same. I'm just adding this border, make this flex, and this one column of reverse. And if it's a smaller screen onwards, let's have this flex row, and this justify between items, let's center this one and this gap of 4. Okay, yep, now slowly it's looking good. And this one, the text, let's center this text and add in the space in the y direction like 0.5, and this text alignment to be left. And this text that I have, the font type, let's make this one to be semi bold, and smaller screens, let's have bigger size, yep. And yeah, I think now this one, let's make this flex, item center, gap of 2, and text to be muted foreground. I think this should be good for footer. This is the footer, and this is the page that we have, the home page section, the footer that I added. And yeah, so basically these are the things that I wanted to add as the home page for this one. And now let's say we click on this particular section and all, I wanted to navigate to that specific section. So for us to navigate to that specific section, let's do one thing. Let's add in a unique ID for each of the section, and add in like scroll into view for that section. And let's create simple helper function inside this utils file. So let's name this one as scroll to ash, and here let's pass in here this element ID, which is of type string. So this one, let's get this element by using this document dot get element by ID, and pass in here this element ID. And in here I'm just going to call this scroll into view, and behavior, let's set this one to be smooth, and block center, and inline let's have this nearest. So this is the function, and for us to have this one, so let's go to use inside our main page. Let's this that I have, let's pass in here this ID, which let's make this one optional. And I'm going to pass in here this ID, and this ID let's try to attach to this section component. Now we have attached this one. I'm going to go to our home page, and the main section that we have, let's try to add in here this IDs. This one, let's say the mind maps, and this one, let's say this as tasks, and this one, let's name this as roles, and below this the pomodoro. Okay, and after this one, let's add in here this as the chat, and same thing, just try to add in this unique ID. So okay, so now the calendar, and finally this one, let's add in here filters as the ID, and whenever we click on this header link, we need to help that to navigate. So this is the component that we have, and we wrapped this one inside this link component. So let me change this one and make this as the button component. On this button on click, what we are going to do is let's use this scroll to hash function, and here this href I'm going to pass in here, and let's remove this href, and let's complete this component button. Okay, this styling and all, it's so vague, so this one, the button whichever I just added, so okay, for now let's try this clicking on this. So this one should take me to okay, so this isn't working on clicking, and the div which I have here, let's try to, so this component, so basically whatever I have for this one, this styling and all, and let's just remove this group things. I'm just going to remove, and this thing whatever we have, let's try to apply this to our the component button thing, and let's remove this div wrapping. Okay, yep, and now clicking on this, ideally it should help us take to that specific section which is clearly not working. That's because this header components, the link that we are sending from our home page sections need to be changed. So going here, everything hits the slash, and now I'm just going to change one by one. This one is the task section, and this the ID is the mind maps, and this one the ID is the calendar, and that's the reference, and this one the chart, and here this pomodoro. Okay, so now hopefully this thing should work. So clicking on mind maps, okay, you can see now it just takes us to that, and clicking on this calendar, it takes us to calendar section. Group chat, it should take us to group chat, and this pomodoro what's the thing that I added in the home page. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, that's what I just added. So this alone, yeah, this is also working fine. So that's the scrolling view, and let's try to add in the navigation to our smaller um, mobile view as well. So for this, let me add in the navigation menu component. Navigation menu component. Okay, now I added this one, and also let's try to add in this nav links as well for our mobile view. The just the list of the things that I wanted to use to render on this mobile view. So first thing, the mind maps. Add in here this href which it's our the mind maps, so basically the IDs which we just added, and this is the task. Add in this tasks, and here so I can just copy these things, and let's just remove the other things which we don't want. The icon, the here also the icon, and here. Okay, fine. And this title, let's add in same like we have on our bigger screen. And this chat, let's change this one to chat and notifications. Okay, fine. And then so I added almost mind maps, tasks, pomodoro, chat, and calendar. And let's add in the roles and settings as well. So this one is the roles. The title of this, it's going to be roles and settings. This is the nav links now I have. So let's try to use this one inside our mobile navigation. So where we just added the placeholders. So here, if I just navigate to this, you can see here the text that we added inside this one. So let me just remove these things and make this one flex column, gap of 2, and now I'm just going to use this nav links list which I just prepared. Try to get this link along with this the index, and inside this let's use this button component variant. Let's make this one as a link, size to be smaller, and on click what are we going to do is the scroll to hash the function that I have. I'm just going to pass in here link.href. Okay, let me just close this one, or else we're going to see the error. And this button thing, it's going to be link.title. So, and also this is the sheet. So let's maintain one local state variable to close this once we click on that. Okay, so this one by default set this to false, and make this one as a client side component. because we are using this use state hook. And for this, let's attach on this on open change set open, and open pass in this open value. And now in the on click thing, let's try to set this to false so that it closes the sheet. And styling for this, so if you wanted to see this one, inspect, and okay, so you can see now. So here, this is the things that I'm trying to add in. So this styling, let's make this one width fit, and text to be base text. Let's make this one secondary foreground, font to be semi-bold. Okay, this is, yeah, you can see now it's clearly visible, like mind maps, task, and other things whichever we added. And after this, the things that we have here as well, let's add in this on click functionality. And clicking this, I want the sheet to be closed, so I'm just adding in this one. And so to below this also, let's just add in for this as well. Let's worry about the links and all later. And this one, the link which I wrapped in, also let me change this one to the button component. Okay, let's remove this href and add in some styling for this. On click, what is that I'm going to do is, let's set this open to false, and also the window, let's scroll to top section, and the behavior, let's make this one as a smooth. Okay, fine. And now inside this, let's just remove this div and all everything, and I'm just going to add this one, so I can just style this button to look better. So as of now, that is how it's looking. Okay, this one, super productive. So now this button styling, so if I just make it better, it should look good. Width fit, background, let's make this one as transparent. And this text, secondary foreground on our, let's have this background transparent color, make this one flex. Items, let's center them, have this gap of 2, and same the hover effect which we just removed from the div, let's say 105. And the transition, transform, and the duration of, let's say 200. Okay, so let's just test this now. So if I just click on this mind maps, so you can see now it took me to mind map section and close the thing. So that's the simple way of scrolling down to the particular section. And we fixed the mobile navigation. Now just going to this large navigation also needs to be fixed. So let me just copy this button that I have here inside this one. So same thing for this that I have. So let me just replace this thing also. So I'm just importing. So now since we are focusing on this larger navigation, so let's close this one. Okay, so I need to import. First of all, let's make this one also as client side component. Okay, and now let's import this button. Okay, let me the button component and remove this set open, which we don't have, and this styling whatever I just added, let's just keep that as it is. And after this, this div, let's remove this one and use this navigation menu which we just imported, and here this navigation menu list, let's have this navigation menu item, and in this I'm going to add in the trigger and use the same on nav links list, and try to show each of as the button. So inside this the navigation menu trigger component, let's make this one as text large, and this one let's say this as the product, and after this the navigation menu content, and here I'm going to wrap inside this unordered list. Let's make this one grid and a width of let's say 400 pixel, and have this gap of 3, padding of 4, if it's a medium onwards let's have this 2 columns. Okay, now inside this let's use this nav links, try to get this link and alongside the index that we have, and in the key I'm going to attach in here, in this the button, let me just add in here the button component on click, so like we did in our mobile nav component. So I'm just going to pass in here link href, and the styling for this width full, make this text to be left, and background transparent, text secondary foreground, make this one block, and select none, space in the y direction let's make this as 1, and rounded let's have this medium, padding of 3, leading I don't want any, so none, and no underline, and outline let's say none, and add in this transition colors. However, let's make this background to be accent, and on over the text let's add in the accent foreground, and focus let's change this background to be accent, and also this focus the text to accent foreground. Okay, fine, so this is the styling, and now let me just close this button, and inside this I'm going to add in this link.title. Okay, this is it, we are almost there, and here this login, the sign in page that we have, and sign up page, this is the sign up page. Yep, so if I just refresh this one, here is the thing that I have here. The product, so opening here we are just having this links to this thing, so clicking on this it's just going to help us navigate to that particular section. Okay, fine, and now the only thing I'm going to add in is the descriptions. So in our the home page. Let's try to add in the description properly for this, and then we should be good. So this title, let's just add in. So I just drafted a few of the content, so I'm just going to add that one. So let's say your productivity partner, and after that I'm just going to add in some text which I just drafted. So let me just add in which makes sense. So same thing, let's try to add for the other things. So for mind maps, let's say visualize with mind maps, and I'm going to add in something related to the mind map, the description. So let's see that one. So just basically here, your productivity partner, maximize your team's efficiency with a super productive all-in-one workspace or something like that. And here visualize with mind maps. Mind maps allows user some random stuff. You can just create your own thing, and after this the next thing, so basically I'm not localizing this home page. I already showcased you how to localize for all of the features that we did, though I did miss a lot of the things like success, error messages and all those stuff. You can just create a new object for this home page section and whatever the text that we have, and move on to that thing and use the translations thing and refer that, and that's how you're going to localize your website. Okay, I'm not going to do that for this home page. And now for this description, let's add in here this text. So I'm just going to quickly add in this text for all of those things, roles and permissions. So let me add in, and for this also let's add in here, replace this default whatever we added, and then the pomodoro timer. So this title, let's say this is going to be pomodoro timer, and now the text of this I'm just going to add in here as this text, and afterwards let's add in this text as like something. You can just generate this text using GenAI or something like that. Okay, I'm just adding in those things, and this one, this description, and same thing for chat. Let me replace this description, and I can just say like chat and alerts. Okay, and now the calendar, let's add in this one, and then we should be good. So the title, let's change this one to unified calendar, and finally the assign to me and start section. So I'm just adding in here, and the title, let's say I'm going to change this to like quick access. Okay, so yep, so almost we are done. So this is our landing page, and almost the text that we want, it's added, your productivity partner, and your ultimate productive app, visualizing mind map text, tasks and nodes, and roles and permissions, pomodoro timer, and the collaboration chats and alerts, calendar, the quick access, and then footer. So this is the thing, and the links are also added, and this you can still better style this one. That's your choice, but that's what I just wanted to add. And localizing I'm not doing. And also you can just add your own customized not found pages, and whenever user is trying to navigate to the page which we don't have as part of those things, you can customly style it and all. So I'm least bothered about that, so I'm not adding it, but I'm just letting you guys know that you can do that. Okay, so yeah. And also the theme change, and also if I change this one to dark, so this is how it's going to look. How is it? It's too good, right? So super productive. So the have that we have is this color. I really love it, and hope you guys do love this as well. And all I ask of you guys is like, share and subscribe. More and more videos will keep on coming on this channel. That's all I can say. It is never going to stop, and you're going to you can see this is the dark theme and looks too good. And also in our settings page of the theme change and all, you can add in the images look basically. So if I just wanted to quickly show you, I'm just pointing you, but I'm not going to change anything. So inside this settings themes, in the theme card, so if you here in this content I have not added anything. So what I would say is ideally you can just capture the dark theme image of our application, and capture light theme of our application, and then combination of both of them, like off of it on those things, and have those images in images for public/images folder. And instead of this empty card content, you can just add in the images depending upon theme. So if it's theme is system, add in that respective theme system example, like it can be a combination of light or dark. If it's a light, just showcase the light picture that you captured, and same for dark, just suggestion. Okay, so this is it guys. So this is the ultimate productive application, super productive. Hope you guys liked it, and I truly wish you learned something out of it. And I think something came out of this video, and something you learned. So if there is something that you took away from this video, I ask you to just like, share and subscribe. Thank you so much. See you on more videos. Just stay tuned.